Good morning. I'm just going to hand over to Councillor Chewy.
Good morning. In support of domestic, family and gender-based violence, Council as an organisation and workforce are taking small but meaningful steps to end these incidents. Today, we will take the Queensland Pledge against family and domestic violence. We invite all in the room and those viewing to stand with us to take this pledge. We do not tolerate inequality and domestic and family violence. Cassowary Coast Regional Council pledges to work toward a Queensland where everyone is equal and free from violence. Cassowary Coast Regional Council commits to playing our role, working within our organisation and in partnerships with others to raise awareness, improve prevention and provide practical assistance to end domestic and family violence. Cassowary Coast Regional Council recognises as leaders in the corporate and community sectors we have a vital role to play. We agree to use our internal, external, formal and informal networks to activate others in support of a shared objective, keeping everyone safe from violence. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Julie. Where's Julie?
Julie's hiding.
Oh, she's over there.
Yeah. We'll get it back to work. Thanks, Alice.
So I wish to welcome everybody and officially declare the meeting open at 9:04. Could I remind everybody that Council's ordinary meetings are open to the public and are also live streamed to provide access to all community members. Attendees in the gallery may be recorded and this video and audio of the meeting will be available to the public on Council's website. I wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians on this land on which we stand, the Gulnay people, and acknowledge my respect for their current and emerging leaders and those in the dreaming, and thank them for the contributions that they have made in building our community. I'd like to welcome Pastor Joshua Symes, Innisfail Baptist Church, to conduct the opening prayer. Welcome.
Good morning and welcome, councillors, mayor, community. Just like to share a verse before I do, and it comes from Deuteronomy. It's one of the law books of the Old Testament, and where Israel formed their laws, and very much of the Christian faith, the Western culture and Western worlds have established their legal systems. It says, "See, I have taught you statutes and rules as the Lord my God commanded me, that you should do them in the land that you are entering to take possession of it. Keep them and do them, for that will be your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of all the peoples. When they hear these statutes, will say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what great nation is there that has a God so near to it as the Lord our God is to us, wherever we call upon him? And what great nation is there that has statutes and rules so righteous as all this law that I set before you today? Only take care and keep your souls diligently, lest you forget the things your eyes have seen." I think that's a good reminder that the laws, the two things I stick out for me is, one is that as nations look at Israel, they're meant to see they're a bright, shining star. They weren't always, because they failed to follow the laws, but also when they did, the Lord their God was near them. And so my prayer today is that we might keep keep that heritage of looking at the scriptures to look and guide us for our wisdom and knowledge. Let me pray for you. Father God, I thank you for the heritage that we have in our Western cultures that has been handed down to us through the scriptures, and the wisdom that is in your word. And I pray, Lord, that our councillors and our legal governments will continue to reflect on them and learn from them, that they might guide them in wisdom and knowledge, and that we might be shining stars to those communities and countries around us. I pray, Lord, today as our councillors meet, that you might guide them with wisdom and understanding, that they might serve the community well and serve its best interests. So I ask and pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. Moving on, are there any apologies? No apologies. Declaration of prescribed conflicts of interest or declarable conflicts of interest. I now invite those present to use this opportunity to make public any prescribed conflicts of interest or declarable conflicts of interest in respect of the items in the agenda. Councillors should use this opportunity to disclose and or comment on other councillors and or staff interests in accordance with the Act and regulations. Do we have any? Councillor Chewy.
Thank you. Yes, I don't think it's a conflict, but just for transparency, I do sit as a member of the Tully Show Committee. I am not on the executive and I took no part in the assessment panel, but just making it on the minutes that I am a member of the committee.
Thank you for declaring that. We now move on to item 1.1, minutes of the local government meeting. I now call for a mover and a seconder to confirm the meetings of the local government held 24th of April 2025 as true and correct. Councillor Littlemore, seconded by Councillor Pervin. In favour? Thank you. Item 2, business arising from the previous minutes. Are there any business arising from the previous minutes? No business arising. Somebody want to move? Do we go to Danny? Got to move a second because there's nothing there. Okay, non-existent. 3.1, First Nation Peoples Advisory Committee membership, and I will get Miss Sabello to present.
Morning, Miss Sabello.
Morning. I'm here to present the report for the First Nations Peoples Advisory Committee membership. So at the local government meeting held on the 15th of July 2024, Council endorsed the terms of reference for a First Nations Peoples Advisory Committee and authorised the Chief Executive Officer to proceed with an expression of interest process. The purpose of the Advisory Committee is to contribute to the development, implementation, monitoring and reporting of the Cassowary Coast Regional Council's Reconciliation Action Plan, provide advice to Council on matters relating to First Nations peoples within the local government area, provide advice to Council on relevant strategic and policy matters. Expressions of interest commence from September 2024 through to March 2025. Council received 13 applications, with applicants committed to being involved and making contributions to their local community. Membership of the committee is voluntary and all will consist of persons from the First Nations community of the Cassowary Coast local government area and will comprise of traditional owners and custodians from RNTBCs or Aboriginal corporations, 2 committee members from other First Nation community members being a recognised elder within the community and a Torres Strait Islander community leader. A total of 5 First Nation community members from sectors including education, family, health and wellbeing and community services, safety, economy, arts and culture and environment. I refer to Table 1 of the report, First Nations membership for Council's consideration, and I'll take it that you have read that table. I'll just move on to the recommendation that Council acknowledge the commitment to reflect the diversity across the First Nations Peoples Advisory Committee membership and to support the strategic direction of Council with respect to matters relating to First Nations people and communities. And 2, endorse the First Nations Peoples Advisory Committee membership nominees as listed and provide official confirmation of their membership. Kim Kyle, representing Mamu RNTBC, Neil Leo representing Girramay Aboriginal Peoples Corporation, Lily Hart representing Juri Warrabara Aboriginal Corporation RNTBC, Rowan Sultana representing Mandabara Aboriginal Corporation, Ian Ramsey representing the Community Elders, Terrell Mara representing the Torres Strait Islander Peoples, Lisa Susan representing Education, Raymond Blanco representing Arts and Culture, Melissa Ball representing Environmental, Monica Ramsey representing Health, Leslie Marler representing the Community, William Kelly representing Economic Business, Jason Briggs representing Safety, and 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to manage the group, including the authority to make decisions in filling of committee vacancies as per the terms of reference, which is attached to the report.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think this is a wonderful step forward in our reconciliation journey in our region with Cassowary Coast Regional Council, where we are leaders in many, many spaces in the local government arena, and I believe we were commended on that just recently by the Deputy Premier. So people are aware of what we do and where we go. So I think it's a wonderful committee. I think that having the committee in place is a great step forward, and I'm very happy to move the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Chewy.
Thank you, through the chair. Ms Sabello, just regarding the meetings, they'll be spread throughout the Cassowary Coast?
Yes, they
Thank
will
you,
be, yes.
And it just this is an advisory committee, similar to our YAC and things like that. The committee itself is not making any decisions on behalf of... I just want to clarify that.
There's no delegation of authority for the committee.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to second the motion as well, recommendation.
Thank you. Anybody else got any further comments? I've got a comment rather. It's just, purely a comment that maybe we should get them together and bring them in, and we should all meet them to, to get that community spirit going and show them that, we are interested in what they have to say and that they will be positive contributors to decisions that we may make down the track. So, thank you.
Thank you. Noted.
We move on to welcome to country. Oh, didn't I go to the vote? I thought I did. Sorry. Those in favour? Jumped the gun, didn't I? Thank you. Sorry. We go to 3.2, welcome to country and acknowledgement of country policy, and Ms Sabello will also present this along with Ms Sands.
Thank you, councillors. Also presenting is Joanne Sands, who's a current member of our Reconciliation Action Plan Working Group. Thank you. Okay, Council originally endorsed the Welcome to Country and Acknowledgement of Country policy in October 2016 and is now due for renewal. Council recognises the traditional custodians of the land on which we operate and demonstrate ongoing respect for cultural protocols, and by incorporating Welcome to Country and Acknowledgement of Country at events and ceremonies. Observing agreed cultural protocols demonstrates the respect Council, staff and the community has for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples.
So Council's process for engaging in a Welcome to Country starts with the initial contact with the relevant traditional owners of the land on which the event or meeting is taking place through the appropriate organisations such as the RNTBC. Then there is a representation check where they ask whether a nominated representative, usually an elder or authorised person, is available to perform the Welcome to Country, or the alternative, which is the Acknowledgement of Country. If a representative is available, the Welcome to Country is performed. If no representative is available, then a council representative or relevant person proceeds with an Acknowledgement of Country using the approved council format in accordance with the policy.
I just referred in the report to the financial and resource implications. in the report, it has the financial year 2025 as allocation of $2,000 for official welcome to country ceremonies and events. Just like to make note that this is still to be an operational request to be decided and allocated by council for their budget.
So I'll just read out the recommendation, which is that council endorse the welcome to country and acknowledgement of country protocols as per the attached policy.
Thank you. Any further discussion? So we did have lengthy discussions about the policy and how it rains out, and I just, so for anybody that's got any, I don't know what the word is, questions around the policy, more than welcome for you to come and ask us a question, but we have made it so that an acknowledgement of country is something that people do at events, and we have noted that at present or past times that we've been and it's been acknowledged several times, maybe more than several times in a row, and we have confided in the traditional custodians within our council about how this is put out to the community, and we came to the conclusion that if there is an acknowledgement of country done, that there is an understanding that not everybody that gets up to speak or addresses a certain room, that everybody has to actually do that. So, but they can if they choose to. That's exactly right. It's all about feeling comfortable in your own skin and what you're doing. And there's no stipulation that this is a have to or a will do or a won't do. It is purely goes on the person who's presenting and what they're, but this is just sets out the guidelines of how it should be done and when it could be done or how it could be done. Have you got any more to add to that, Councillor Baines?
Well, I think the question was asked and answered. I mean, it's personal choice. So there is no mandate in this. The people aren't forced to do this. If they choose to do this, they have every right and every opportunity to. And I think that's important, having a policy like this in place so that we can take those personal choices. And one thing I will say is community also needs to respect those choices. If that choice has been made, community ought not be reacting during a ceremony to these sort of things. So please show a bit of respect, and it's a personal choice of the individual who's speaking at the time. So it's no need for comments to come from floors, etc. And on that, I'm very happy to move.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Moved. Councillor Jessup?
Yes, I'd just like to reiterate what Councillor Baines was just saying. It is a personal choice, and I'm quite happy to second this as well.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Jessup. All in favour? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, ladies. Have a great day. Oh, you're stuck here, are you?
I am.
You're stuck to that chair.
Yeah.
We'll go to 3.3, the Innovative Reconciliation Action Plan Outcome Report, and Ms. Sabello will present this. Oh, and...
Thank you. Also co-presenting is Melissa Clubb, a member of Council's Innovate RAP Working Group Committee. So we are here to present the Innovate Reconciliation Action Plan Outcome Report 2023 to 2025. The Innovate RAP 2023 to 2025 was endorsed by Reconciliation Australia in early January 2023 and adopted by Council at the January 23 local government meeting. The endorsement of the RAP, there are commitments with actionable outcomes across the pillars of relationships, respect, opportunities and governance. Implementation of the RAP is led by the RAP Working Group and the RAP Champions. The RAP Working Group consists of a diverse membership from across the organisation, and the RAP Champions are the entire executive and management team. The RAP working group consists of a diverse membership from the organisation and includes Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander staff and non-Indigenous staff from a wide range of departments, locations and levels, of which 50% are Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander representatives.
The Innovate RAP commitments are across the strategic pillars of relationships, respect, opportunities and governance. Highlight outcomes include regular engagement with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander stakeholders and organisations including Mamu RNTBC and Girigan Aboriginal Corporation. Council team members participate in the National Reconciliation Week and NAIDOC Week activities, updating council staff induction processes to clearly articulate the Innovate RAP, including a video, regular meetings of the RAP working group and internal engagement, the development of internal communication and engagement strategies incorporating engagement with First Nations stakeholders. The Innovate RAP outlines actions that work towards achieving Council's unique vision for reconciliation. Commitments within the Innovate RAP allows Council to be aspirational and innovative in order to gain a deeper understanding and establish a best approach to achieving reconciliation. This Innovate RAP focuses on developing and strengthening relationships with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, engaging staff and stakeholders in reconciliation and developing innovative strategies to empower Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. The Innovate RAP working group have met 58 out of 76 commitments, with 18 commitments outstanding. Today's recommendation is that Council acknowledges and thanks the Innovate RAP working group for the work during the last 2 years. 2, endorse the Innovate Reconciliation Action Plan Outcome Report 2023 to 2025. And 3, continue with the Innovate RAP Action Plan for 2-year period 2025 to 2027 and work towards outstanding deliverables, including commitments provided to Reconciliation Australia.
So given that there was 18 commitments outstanding, what do you think the reasoning for those being outstanding was? Was there not enough time? Were they controversial? What was the sort of...
I think through the chair, just the time commitment to meet those deliverables during that 2-year period.
Okay, so does that mean that in the next period that you don't take on as many commitments so that we can cover the commitments?
Correct.
Do you think?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Through the chair, I mean, some of those commitments, I mean, we saw today the First Nations Advisory Committee being established. That process we had to go out a little bit longer, and some of the commitments there involve taking items to that committee. Others, I think, we talk about focus on core business. So Council's developed certainly a workforce plan, and that workforce plan covers all of our staff. Some of the following commitments focus in on strategy around some engagement with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander staff particularly. So there have been some precursors which probably cover broadly our entire organisation, whereas now those would narrow down to some of those finer commitments that we have made.
So some people out there mightn't really understand what the innovative RAP is and how it come about. Could we just revisit that just for a moment? Because it's while we're here working with it daily, it's nice for people to understand where it came from and how it gets enacted.
Did you want to answer that with the Reflect one?
So Council started with the Reflect RAP, which and then their commitments from that led on to the Innovate RAP, and this is all endorsed by and in conjunction with Reconciliation Australia.
Okay.
So they endorse a lot of the deliverables that we have in there.
Okay.
There are non-commitment ones
Yep.
that come from them, and the additional ones have come from the working group. So once we finish this one, we then would try to commit to a stretch RAP, which then incorporates the community.
So after we do that, what happens then? Like, is there an end of process, or is this an ongoing process?
I would
Like-
think that reconciliation would be an ongoing thing.
Okay.
But there is a next plan that we would strive towards.
I think it's fair to say with Reconciliation Australia that Reflect RAP is really quite, the actions that come out of that are quite simple and it's really reflecting on what you are doing and where you want to go. Council's taken that next step to the Innovate Reconciliation Action Plan, and once you embed some of those actions, they're embedded within the organisation, strategy, process, policy, these groups. So whilst we might get to a point and get to a stretch RAP where we have embedded those processes and actions that have come out of the RAPs will be embedded in Council's process moving forward.
Yeah, I guess where I'm coming from is, like, if you're going to have reconciliation, is there ever a time where there's an end date? Like, if you're going to reconcile with somebody or over something, usually there's a time where you think that reconciliation is at its, even though you've embedded those commitments, the commitments are going to stay there, one would think. But yeah, I don't know.
And Council, through the Chair, we can embed our commitments, as the team have discussed. That next step is community, and whilst as Council we can put these things in place, how do we get reconciliation community-wide, which is a real challenge. There is no real end date. It's an ongoing process that that we're hoping to provide some leadership as Council across our community.
Yep, all good. Okay, all right. Thank you. We have Councillor Chewy.
Thank you. Through the Chair, Ms Sabello, the meetings are as councillors we can come and observe the meetings taking place. I know I have done in the past, just wanting to put it out there as well, that it's not a closed room. Thank you.
Through the chair, councillors are invited as observers to the monthly RAP meetings.
Okay. Councillor Littlemore.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Bello, given some of the deliverables that have not been achieved, do you think the committee might be inclined to review some of those to see whether they are still relevant or maybe need modification?
Is that a template from Reconciliation Australia?
Some of the deliverables are non-commitment, they're non-negotiables, which is endorsed by Reconciliation Australia.
I think it's fair, to give a couple of examples of those that are ongoing. So Council's had a strong commitment to retain 18 trainees and apprenticeships over our time. We've been really successful in getting funding to help do that. But one of the actions in here is about, do we have a couple of dedicated positions there that are for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander youth that would take those opportunities. Others, again, we focus on development and putting development plans and succession planning in the organisation. How do we focus on, and there is one there around developing and implementing an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander recruitment, retention and professional development strategy. So, like I said, we've got these broad strategies in the workforce plan, so it is really, it's a refinement in what we've got there with a lens, and I think now having the First Nations Advisory Committee and our RAP working group, we have got a really good broad representation to help inform those. So most of them are refining processes that we've put in place for the entire organisation.
So if there's specific, like as you just said, I don't know, I can't recall the name that you just said about retaining and training those people in those positions, does that attract special funding or?
Look, the apprentices and trainees, we do get state funding for those. Typically for developing strategies, as you're aware, that's normally something that we either have to do in-house, and I have to provide praise to the RAP working group that developed the Innovate Reconciliation Action Plan, in-house, and the real commitment from those members. We haven't used consultants to do this, and I think we looked at the previous report around the acknowledgement of country. The words that are in there have come from our staff, and our staff, a number of which are leaders in our local community. So but some of that strategy, I certainly believe we've got the skill in-house and the willingness in-house to develop those.
Councillor Baines?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important to consider as well that this is a journey, and it's a journey we've been on. We did our first Innovate RAP before I was in council, I believe, and it's a journey of continuous improvement or continuous communication. This is about building relationships. This is about, and some of the actions or some of the deliverables, I think was the term you may have used, Council, a little more, are aspirational. And they are aspirational. It's something for us to work towards. Trying to put a time frame around them, I think, is being disingenuous to the process. Trying to say that, well, you haven't done that, so why don't you just stop it? Is disingenuous. It is a process that we need to continue doing, and thank you, that's all right. So then we'll have the opportunity for the next RAP is the next
stretch RAP.
The stretch RAP, yeah. So we'll have the opportunity for the stretch RAP as we move into the future, and that's probably a bit more embedding. And trying to build these things into business as usual as an organisation and working with our community. So it's an important thing. Reconciliation's it's not just First Nations people business, it's not just council business, it's everybody's business, and we all need to be involved in this and be part of it. It can be polarising. People have varying opinions about these things, but I'm very proud that our organisation has continued this journey for the 9 years that I've been in council, and again, it started before that. So it's a great process, and I commend the team and the work that they do, and I will, when I get the time, be able to pop in and observe the meetings. It's always a really refreshing thing to see, and it's probably important to say that the membership on the committee is not just First Nations people either, is it? That there is a broad representation from the entire organisation.
This committee?
No, the RAP committee.
Not the RAP committee.
Yeah, the RAP committee particularly. It's not First Nations people specific, it's about everyone being involved, and it's a great piece of work. So I'm happy to move the recommendation, and I'll leave Council a little more to his devices.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my colleague may have misunderstood. I wasn't suggesting that the 18 remaining deliverables be dropped. My suggestion was that perhaps, given they weren't delivered, there might be opportunity to review and improve. So just like to correct the record, Chair.
Through the Chair, can I add to that? There are two that we've that are recommended in here not to progress. So one of those is around investigating Supply Nation membership. So Supply Nation membership costs money. So officers have received quotes there, and when we've reviewed our local businesses, we don't have many local businesses that are on that Supply Nation. So that's been a decision not to progress with that. The other one, there was a...
so on that note, that doesn't stop them from going on our normal list anyway.
Absolutely not.
So, at no cost. So,
no, absolutely.
Yeah, we invite them to be on there anyway.
And the other one was around implementing a procedure for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander businesses to have first preference for all supplies and services for NAIDOC Week. So I guess when we did go out and look at quotations for that, things like printing, we didn't have a local supplier that was an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Island supplier, and it seemed ingenuous based on our policy and our procurement policy to get something up from Brisbane just because it was an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Island supplier, when we were foreshadowing that we're not using a local supplier. So they're two examples where they're great and put actions in, but when you actually undertake the broader review of what impact they'll have locally, that we have said won't proceed.
Okay, no, good work. Excellent. So, Jeff, you've moved it. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Jessup? All in favour? Carried, thank you, thank you. We have 3.4 Regional Arts Development Fund, and Mr. Bello will present.
This is the most I've
Be
ever
nice and warm
presented.
anyway.
Yeah. Last one. I'm here to present the Regional Arts Development Fund Round 2, 2024 to 2025. As you may be aware, the Regional Arts Development Fund is delivered as a partnership between the Queensland Government through Arts Queensland. RADA promotes the role of arts, culture and heritage as key drivers of diverse and inclusive communities and strong regions, grow employment and capacity building opportunities for artists across regional Queensland, deliver against local arts and cultural priorities and promote the value of arts, culture and heritage. So round 2 of the RADA program opened for applications on the 9th of March 2025 and closed the 20th of April 2025 for local arts projects requesting a maximum of $5,000. Applications are submitted online through Council's Smarty Grants portal and are subject to assessment stages. The RADA committee members being Councillor Trudy Chewy, Member Jenny Holmes, Member Jarla Pedley and Member Kim Agley assess the applications. Table applications received and assessed for round 2 are provided in the report for table 1. Just for council noting, recognition allocation of RADA funding underspend. Council has recognised an underspend of RADA from Arts Queensland for the previous financial years. This underspend has provided an opportunity to initiate a youth-led public art initiative. As a result, Council issued a request for quotations for the delivery of a youth art mural project located at the Tully Showgrounds. The request for quotation sought to engage a qualified local supplier to facilitate and creatively develop a youth street art project through community youth engagement. A successful qualified supplier has been engaged with the project to commence shortly. Regarding the financials, the 2024-2025 operational budget allocation for the RADA fund is $32,968. The total value of assessed projects recommended for Council's consideration is $22,068 with an underspend of $10,990. And the recommendation is that Council 1 approve the recommendations of the Regional Arts Development Assessment Panel for the projects listed. A. Innisfail Young Performers Association for their project Innisfail Young Performers Competition. Grant funding recommended $3,500. B. Silkwood State School P&C for their project Painting Our Community Art Mural Workshop. Grant funding recommended of $5,000. C. The Innisfail Horse and Pony Club for their project and art mural workshop. Grant funding recommended of $5,000. The Innisfail Community Band for their project Rehearse and Shine. Grant funding recommended $3,568. E. Cosima Stockhold, auspiced by the Mission Beach Community Arts Centre for their project Diang Suda Artist Residency. Grant funding recommended $5,000. And 2, delegates authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with the Local Government Act to finalise any and all matters pertaining to the RADA Round 2 agreements.
Thank you. Councillor Chewy.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Bello. Just like to compliment the applicants on the quality of their applications. I'm liking to think it was because of the workshops that were organised through council that the quality has stepped up, because they were so well done. I've been on the committee now, this is my 5th year, and they have certainly improved in the time that I've been on the panel. So I'd like to congratulate all those who applied, and it's very exciting about the Tully Showgrounds. I know that's been another ongoing scenario. As I'm a very keen advocate for the Tully Show, is it likely to be ready for the Tully Show? Do we have a timeline regarding that at all? Thank you.
Yes.
And I'm happy to move it as well. Thank you.
Through the chair, yes, it is anticipated to be ready before the Tully Show.
Likewise, I'm very excited. I've been working with that for 4 years, and to see it actually be painted on the wall is going to be very exciting. And hopefully it'll complement the one that we already have, which we're getting a lot of great feedback about, that was done for the Tully 100 over at IGA. And if you haven't seen it, go and have a look because it's magnificent. Councillor McLeod?
Thank you, through the chair. I'll second,
The fog on the brain
second this.
today.
RADF really isn't the easiest grant to apply for. And I do commend, the successful applicants on this, and, can't wait to see some of these murals and, see some of these young youth, getting in and, participating in these events. So, I second the motion.
Seconded by Councillor McLeod. Councillor
So,
Toohey?
if I may, through the chair, further to Councillor McLeod's comment, I have to say, and it's nothing to do with council, it's a RADF thing, but a lot of people are deterred from applying through RADF because of the complications of the application. I don't know, that could be noted to RADF itself, whether it's worth taking that on as a comment, but there's lots of artistic people in our community and they are reluctant to apply for RADF simply because of the work involved. I'm assuming that the grant process that we've led them in has helped, but I just think, I don't know if it could be noted to RADF that it's quite overcomplicated and people that are starting out are struggling to apply. So just thought I'd throw that into the conversation following Councillor McLeod's comment. Thank you.
Through the chair, noted, and I'll take this further with Arts Queensland because there are some questions and the application is part of the Arts Queensland funding agreement that we have to ask certain questions.
Councillor Baines?
Thank you, Chair. So that was going to be my comment. These are guidelines and requirements that are written by Arts Queensland, aren't they? So, but they're open to discussion.
Certainly, I can take this further.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good.
But in the meantime, we can provide assistance, can't we? For those that want to apply and are having difficulties, there's always the opportunity for them to make an appointment and have somebody come and assist them with that application. Is that correct?
Can I just remind everybody listening that council staff are happy to guide but not actually apply?
Yep.
Because I have been bailed up by the street. Oh, can somebody at council do that RADF? No, but they can provide guidance but not actually apply. Just wanting to make that quite clear.
No
Thank you.
Very good. All right, so Councillor Littlemore.
Just a question, Chair, through you. The underspend, could we get some indication of what becomes of the underspend?
Through the chair, I can answer that. The underspend will most likely be rolled over to the new financial year with agreement from Arts Queensland.
Okay, very good. So I've got a mover and a seconder. All in favour? Thank you. Carried. Thank you very much. Have a great day. We move on to 3.5 Community Grants and Support Program, and we have Ms Hack to present. I feel like I'm off with the daisies today. My head's just not even.
Doing well.
Hello, how are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm here to present the Community Grants and Support Program, Community Projects and Initiatives, Super Round 3, which is the final round for this financial year in community support. Round 3 of the Community Projects and Initiatives Program opened for applications on the 21st of February and closed on the 28th of March this year. And Council is asked to consider today the Assessment Panel's recommendations for the successful applications. 28 applications were submitted in round 3. 17 were deemed eligible at the close of submission. 1 application withdrew, and a further 12 applications were not submitted within the time frame. As per November Council meeting, a super round for round 3 of 24-25 Community Projects and Initiatives Program was endorsed by increasing the major community project or initiative grant category from $5,000 to $10,000, which has led to a significant increase in quality and quantity of applications. I will go through with the recommendations that Council, 1, approve the following recommendations of the Assessment Panel for Round 3, Super Round, of the 24-25 Community Grants and Support Program, Community Projects and Initiatives, being A. Maruyan State School Parents and Citizens Association for their project Youth Eco Warriors Connecting Kids to Country, grant funding recommendation $8,843. B. Innisfail and District Historical Society Incorporated, their project Tropical Art Deco Festival with grant recommendation $5,980. Tully and District Show Society Incorporated for their project Showgrounds PA Cabling Upgrade with grant recommendation $10,000, subject to the condition that the organisation will be covering travel and accommodation for the technician in the in-kind portion of their request. D. Innisfail District Gem and Allied Crafts Club for their project Innisfail Gem Festival 2025, grant recommendation $7,362.67. E. Tully Nursing Home Incorporated for their project Volunteer Capacity Building, grant recommendation $2,964.18. F. Tully Branch Little Athletics for their project Tully Little Athletics Teaching Skills Course for the grant recommendation $2,000. Tully Netball Association Incorporated for their project River Cup Carnival, grant recommendation $4,920.40. H. Johnson River Landcare Group Incorporated for their project Water Supply for Native Tree Nursery, grant recommendation $10,000. I. Friends of Ninny Rise project Integrated Planning for Development and Conservation of Mission Beach. Grant recommendation $10,000, subject to the condition that the resources and strategy are shared with Council on completion of the project. J. Cassowary Coast Multisport Club Incorporated for their project Beach Run Events. Grant recommendation $6,572, subject to the condition that the Cassowary Coast Regional Council are acknowledged via logos on their marquees. K. Innisfail State College, auspiced by the Innisfail State College PNC, project Carbon Requisition Trail, grant recommendation $5,000, subject to the condition that Cassowary Coast Regional Council are acknowledged on permanent signage used in the project. L. Cassowary Coast Poultry Club Incorporated for their project Cassowary Coast Poultry Club Community Participation Project, grant recommendation $3,855.76. M. Mission Beach Wildcare for their project Wildcare Supporting Council Initiatives, grant recommendation $2,516.99, which comes to a total of $80,015. That's okay, thank you, sorry. Point 2, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with the Local Government Act to finalise any and all matters relating to the 24-25 Round 3 Super Round of the Community Grants and Support Program for the Community Projects and Initiatives stream, and note the increased number and high standard of applications, and acknowledge and thank all applicants for their submissions. Done. Thank you.
Councillor Littlemore.
Thank you, Chair. When it was first proposed that Council might have a super round, I think that some of us may have had some reservations about that. But when we see the outcomes today from the quality of the applications and the diverse and varied range of projects across the whole Shire, you know, things from advancing children's education through sport, and the project for Ninny Rise, I think the Council and the staff deserve to pat themselves on the back over this project, and I'm so happy to move this, Chair.
Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Very good. I just, I think the same, and clearly those community sessions that you've been having, helping people out, has made a huge difference to the applications and the quality. I do have a question for Mr. CEO to explain to the community how this bucket of funding comes about.
Thanks for the question, and through you, Chair, look, the community grants program has been funded through general rates historically for a number of years. Whilst the guidelines have changed. The real focus from this grant funding is to provide positive change and contribute to a vibrant community. So Council's vision at the moment is to be the most livable tropical community, and to have a community, you need to have some of these sporting groups, you need to have some of these cultural groups, you need to have these events, and as you can see from some of the grant opportunities here, some of these things just don't progress without some forms of external funding. So to have an open, transparent grant program that's considered each year by Council during the budget process, and the quantum of funding is also considered. So it is great to see when they are oversubscribed that there is still a community need for this funding, and that this funding is still allocated to projects that help us build and make the Cassowary Coast the most livable tropical community.
Before it was built into this program, we used to do it in a different way, didn't we? It was always done, but it just wasn't done like this before.
Look, through the chair, Council used to allocate a significant amount of in-kind funding. We heard from community that they wanted to see an uplift in maintenance in our parks, in our precincts, in our CBDs, but what you would find is a call would come in on a Friday morning saying, look, we need some pot plants moved here, we need some chairs moved there, we need to have a load of sand dumped here for this event, and teams would be reallocated at short notice, often away from those projects. And the other thing that did was those small local businesses, and we have over 3,000 small to medium enterprises in the region that would miss out on the opportunity to procure and deliver a load of sand, or to hire some chairs and move some chairs. So what Council's doing is really diverting that from our own source, which is paying salary and wages for staff to do that, to actually providing that as cash for these organisations to then reinvest back into local business.
So defining in-kind still came with a cost. So it's really no different doing it the way we're doing it, but it's just actually monetising the in-kind support that we'd given previously that some people defined as free.
Through the chair, absolutely. There's still a cost to that, but not just a cost. It meant that we were the programs that those individuals were set to deliver didn't always get delivered on time, which saw a reduction in the level of service in those other areas.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. Is it fair to say, Mr. Graffin, that some of this funding, because previously it's always been general rates, is some of this funding rolling out of some of the, sorry for using some twice there, for using the savings that are coming out of some of the asset rationalisation and utilisation processes that we've done in the past?
So through the chair, the major infrastructure grant absolutely is being funded out of those asset savings. So again, it really is a bit of a carrot and a benefit for those community organisations that have negotiated leases and user agreements with Council. What that does mean is that Council don't fund the depreciation on those facilities, and the savings there, not 100% of those savings, but the savings are certainly fully funding those infrastructure grants. So those are larger infrastructure grants, and again, typically when local clubs apply for state funding, there needs to be an own source contribution. So often those up to $25,000 grants provide that contribution to allow our local clubs to leverage that state funding. Last night down at the Oval here in Tully, great to see again, new lights and that leveraging of funding to get that state funding.
So just further to, if I may, Councillor Jessup, with your indulgence. So the savings from that arena don't directly fund this program, but they could lend themselves to freeing up money because the infrastructure grants is funded through another process. So.
Yeah, look, through the chair, as the Mayor highlighted, when this grant was developed, we looked at what the internal costs were that Council was currently, or the expense around salary and wages, and there was a reduction there in FTE and the ability to transfer that into what is cash now for these clubs and groups.
Councillor Jessup?
Yeah, I think in doing so, by freeing that up, we've just created a circular economy, basically. keeping it into our own pocket. I think that's what you were trying to say. Yeah. So I'm happy to move.
Moved by councillor Jessup. No, seconded by councillor Jessup.
Oh, sorry. Seconded. Yes.
Councillor Littlemore already moved, so in favour? All in favour, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Do you want to have a 5-minute break or?
Sorry, if I may, can I just acknowledge the work that Ms Hack has done for the work this
Absolutely,
morning for
yes.
the pledge that we all made. Was her. She was the driving force. So thank you.
Good job. We'll just break for 5. Thank you. Welcome back. We move on to governance, environment and finance. We go to 4.1, 2024-2025 financial report, and Miss Peters will present. Good morning.
Good morning all. All right, first item is the 2024-2025 financial performance report for April 2025. Operational revenue year to date is just under $109 million, which is less than budget by $4.2 million. Operational expenditure year to date is $95.6 million, which is under budget by $4.8 million, which results in an operational profit year to date of $13.1 million, which is better than budget expectations by just under $600,000. Total capital expenditure, including commitments, represents 78% of the total $95.15 million budget. And the end of month cash balance is $72 million, which includes $20 million of fixed time investments. As always, jump into a couple of the key variances. So your rates and utilities revenue, less than budget by $176,000. This is largely as a result of the pension rebate income, so it's just a timing difference and should be resolved by the end of May. So hopefully that's gone from the report next month. Fees and charges revenue greater than budget expectations by $100,000, and this is largely driven by your transfer station. So in the month, it generated $150,000 of revenue, and on average, we are budgeting $116,000 each month. So it continues to perform better than budget there. Offsetting this is our lower income in our caravan parks and camping, which I think we've touched on before. We're just seeing less tourists, likely as a result of heading overseas or the wetter weather we've had this year. A whole table included in the report, as always, of just breaking down those fees and charges for anyone that is interested. Operating grants and contributions, so this is where this is the key driver of our variances at the moment. So operating grants and contributions are under budget, so we've got less revenue than we expected at this point by $4.2 million. This is largely due to timing, and the significant reason is that DRFA Reaper grant, and it's just due to the recent wet weather. So we're currently working with our internal teams just to understand that timing a little bit better, so that hopefully we can get that reforecast if required. Other smaller grants in there that are causing a few timing issues are the Works for Queensland projects and your CAT-D 2023 event projects. Just to remind you that operating grants do have related expenditure to them, or these ones do anyway, and that means your materials and services are under budget as a result of the related expenditure to these grants. Offsetting the grants that are under budget is we've got $1.3 million of additional revenue from the emergent works and counter disaster operations from the North and Far North Tropical Low event that happened this financial year that obviously we didn't budget for. Moving into expenditure, employee expenses, as discussed in previous months, the impact of the Easter break did have the impact we were hoping for. So employee salaries and wages are under budget by $573,000, but this is offset by higher allowances and overtime, which we've discussed in detail in previous months. Contract labour under budget by $76,000, which is largely as a result of the timing of our apprentices and trainees when we've onboarded them. And then materials and services, as I touched on in the grants section, this is under budget, but this is likely to be a timing difference, and hopefully this variance reduces as we get to the end of the financial year. Capital Works Programme, 340 projects, huge Capital Works Programme this year with, we have actually spent 47% of the total budget. And then when you include commitments, we have spent 78% of the total budget. At the time of writing this report, there was a couple of outstanding items which will be impacting that percentage. So just wanted to give you a couple of updates so you can see there is movement in that number. So in the wastewater area, SPS 4 renewal, year to date we've only spent $72,000. The budget sits just under $2 million. This should be committed this financial year, and that would drive the wastewater actual plus commitment spend up to about 81% from 68%, which is great. I believe the contract's been signed there. Water, there's various water main renewals that have completed their internal procurement processes, again should be committed by the end of this financial year, which will drive your water actual plus commitment percentage to 80%, and it currently sits at about 71%. And then corporate and community services percentage currently sits at 54%. However, there is a proposal in the next report in BR3 to reduce the budget by $200,000 in this area, just to reflect that the work related to the ICT data servers will not be completed this financial year, and we're proposing to include it in the 25-26 budget, which would then push the corporate and community services actual plus commitment from 54% to 61%. That is just a selection of the stuff that's going on at this financial year, so just to show there is movement and increases expected to those percentages. Tables in the report again highlighting borrowings and investments, which I've spoken through already, and the risks for the end of the financial year just remain as that attrition number and then the variable allowances and overtime that we spoke about earlier and employee expenses. So the recommendation is that Council receive and note the 24-25 financial performance report for April 2025.
Any questions? Councillor Baines?
Well, less a question, more a statement to begin with. Excellent work, Ms Peters, on your behalf and on the team's behalf.
Thank you.
Around the grants funding and the timings, and because we have a lot of the time some of these grants are time fixed and it has to be spent by a date, or we risk losing it. And this is the question, are the funding bodies being quite generous in their our applications for maybe extensions of time? I think I stated at a meeting in Brisbane just last month that it's been raining in the Cassowary Coast since 2022 and it doesn't seem to have stopped. So, are any of these capital grants at risk of being lost? Or
The main grant that we're talking about is timing wise relates to the wet weather work that we had last financial year, and I believe you have 2 financial years after the event to complete the work, so that's till end of 25-26. So again, that one not a risk at the moment, and then we are being proactive and applying if we do need extensions, and there haven't been any issues at the moment.
And I will say, because I know that the Reef Guardian Councils, the funding body, have been quite forthcoming in going, we understand the regions that have been heavily impacted by these events. They're being very understanding and allowing those extensions. So thank you, Ms Peters. Happy to move the report.
So further to that, we have been trying to indicate to the ministers how important it is for those funding buckets to be, like, it's okay for them to announce it, but it's no good giving it to us 12 months later when they've decided how we're going to be able to use it. We need it there, then and there, especially when it's after a disaster event. So yeah, I get what you're saying, because it does affect our budget big time, because there's emergency works that we've still got to go out and act upon immediately, that, then we need that funding to actually cover. But we have been putting that forward. Anybody else got any questions or anything? This is more of a comment, but on page 5 of the report, there's an expected spend of $1.6 million on water main renewals. And I know it's not the sort of work that we talk about, but it's important for people to see those types of things within our financials, because they always ask, what are we spending their money on? And, these aren't the things that people usually want to know about and they take for granted. But, that's a pretty big ask out of one budget to put, on our infrastructure. And I just wanted to know if this is that the renewal of these is ongoing, and do we have a publication where people can look at that?
Look, through the Chair, Council certainly publish all of the contracts that are over $200,000, so they're available on Council's website. We've been really blessed this year to have received WISER funding, so that WISER funding, that $9 million, has allowed us to accelerate the renewal of our water infrastructure. Like you said, it's invisible infrastructure. It sits underground. You know, people seeing the team move past, but you don't. Doesn't get the same recognition as a new footpath or a renewed road. So we have seen to date over $13 million invested in renewal of water infrastructure and over $9 million invested into wastewater infrastructure. So we talk a lot about depreciation. Typically, council will endeavour to fund the depreciation and then spend over 80% of that depreciation on the renewal of that infrastructure. So there is an ongoing focus on that. We are still maturing our asset management plans, and we believe moving forward that informing that via mature asset management plans is a much more mature approach for council than just funding based on depreciation itself. But absolutely, it's an ongoing process to renew our assets in line with the level of service that council and through council community expect.
Absolutely. And then on page 6 of the attachment, that one of the risks is the attrition rate. And I'll keep coming back to this as it's present. It's present at the last couple of reviews we've done. So, have we considered other methods of additional operational efficiencies if the attrition rate is going to prove to be unachievable?
Well, through the chair, I think we've discussed a couple of times the attrition rate is really identifying that we have a total budget that, as we're working through that budget process, that covers our salary and wages. What we have made the assumption in this year's budget is that we will see turnover. We see turnover in staff every year through retirements, through resignations, that will actually reduce the budget to try and accommodate the fact that that process of recruitment is a slow process. It can take up to 8 to 10 weeks to undertake a successful recruitment process, and that can be blown out for recruitment processes where we need to go out multiple times to attract the right applicant. So by applying an attrition rate, it meant that we weren't raising our rates, and I think we're talking a quantum around $4 million, which was a significant, would have been a significant rate increase. Absolutely. When we don't know exactly what that attrition rate would be, but we knew that on our historical data, it would sit around that 10%. So what it has done has meant that there wasn't a rate increase on our ratepayers to cover that period. We know there will be some vacancies just due to natural attrition in the organisation, but it's also kept a strong focus from the organisation on that. So as you're aware, we had a recruitment freeze to try and rein in salary and wages and bring it back. We hadn't seen the attrition that we had made the assumption that we would this year, and that recruitment freeze has helped that. We also council had a extended closure period over the Christmas New Year period, so that also saw more staff taking annual leave opposed to which has also helped with the salary and wages. So it's certainly twofold. We haven't increased rates, and as we're seeing from the report today, that assumption with those sort of management actions has meant that we are in line with budget. As we've discussed in the previous meetings, the wet weather that we've had, the events that we've had, and some significant breaks in some of our sewer mains has meant that we've seen some of our allowances still sitting above budget, and we're seeing some of our overtime still sitting above budget, but that is being mostly offset by the salary and wages underspend at the moment.
And further to the salary and wages, have we increased the variable rate to be in line with the current salary and wages to give a clearer picture of the required allowances that we need to budget for?
Through the chair, we are working through the budget process at the moment. We will propose to council an attrition rate that is similar to this year, but there are some discrete roles that we're saying it's unlikely. So there's some roles which are just critical. If we were to see a vacancy, we would move another operator or another staff member into that role. So there are some key roles that we haven't applied the attrition because we would backfill, certainly our waste area and some of our sewage and water areas, that's the case. But we will put an attrition rate similar. What I have said to officers is let's have greater certainty looking at the wet weather event we've had this year, what we have seen in actuals this year. So we're not sitting there having to try and offset any over expenditure. So there has been a strong focus on allowances, the variable allowances, and also the overtime for those specific departments.
I suppose like the gist of it is like, do we future forecast the increases in wages, like, you know, with the, what is it called, the EBA, in line with the EBA? Like if we budget for more and we don't need it, then it's okay, but otherwise you're continually playing catch up along the way. That was just where that sort of question came from.
Absolutely. The EBA increases they're set, we know when they take effect, and they're absolutely budgeted for. The attrition rate is really, it's a best estimate on what we believe that we will see with attrition, but attrition is sometimes seasonal. Attrition can come in different ways. With our workforce plan identifies we have an ageing workforce, and we have seen this year a number of retirements from long-serving staff as well.
Yep, so I do believe we're embracing innovation with our organisation in order to deliver better customer service in different areas. So I think we're definitely moving in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you.
You have a mover? Yeah? Oh, sorry, missed that. Sure can.
Thank you for that, Chair. I'd second that motion. I'd just point out to councillors, and I know that the finance report is not the most interesting report, and certainly there are gems in here though, and one of them is our asset sustainability ratio, which is on page 68 of the agenda. Now, it's for the current year, it's nearly 130%. And what that means in short is, if we look at our decline in our assets through depreciation, which is just ageing and wear and tear, that gives us an approximate of how much it's costing for our assets in decline. And a good wise council will be on top of its maintenance to make sure those assets are serviceable in the future. And what the ratio of 130% suggests is that not only are we covering the depreciation, which would be 100%, that we're actually doing more than is required by what would be a prudent council and in line with the local government guidelines. So we are well above target for that. And so just in seconding that, just like to bring that to people's attention, that we are on top of our maintenance.
Punching above our weight.
Yes, and look, it does help that we do get grant assistance to do that, because, you know, it's simply such a huge task in that water area with those particular ageing assets. So, but yes, we're doing a good job.
Good, thank you. Any further comments? All in favour? Carried, thank you. Move on to 4.2, the Budget Review 3, and Ms Peters will present this as well.
All right, Budget Review 3 for the 24-25 financial year. So Section 170 of the Local Government Regs 2012 provides an opportunity to amend Council's budget any time before the end of financial year. And Council have determined that 3 quarterly budget reviews is where we're comfortable to review that budget and make amendments if required. So proposed amendments have resulted in the below changes. Your operational deficit is proposed to remain the same at just over $1 million, and this remains the same as Budget Review 2 and actually the deficit that we adopted at budget. Operational revenue proposed to increase from 132 million to 134.3 mil, which is an increase of 2.5 million. Operational expenditure increasing from 133 million to 135 million, again an increase of 2.5 mil. So whilst there are changes in your expenditure and your revenue, these are offsetting, and your actual deficit is proposed to remain stable. Capital budget decreasing very slightly by $162,000. Again, there are a few movements within the capital budget that we'll jump through. But to go into that $2.5 million movement, that's largely as a result of your operating grants and contributions. So a proposal is that we increase our operating grants budget by that $2.5 million as a result of the funding from the tropical low that we experienced between January and February 2025. So that includes the CDO works, or counter disaster operations works, our emergence works, and CATC community relief funding. So there is a breakdown of how that $2.5 million looks in the report. And then just remembering that there is an offsetting increase in materials and services as a result of this. So increase your operating revenue, increase your materials and services means there's no change to that bottom line. And that's just reflective of the grants we've received as a result of the wet weather. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, but it's kind of the theme of the day in finance. Moving on to capital expenditure, like I said, a small decrease is proposed of $163,000 compared to your BR2, so it makes it $95 million. Couple of reasons for this: capital, subsidies and grants. So recognition of the Community Energy Upgrades Fund grant application totaling $220,000. I believe we had this in BR1, we took it out at BR2, we've now got confirmation of this grant, so we're putting it back in at BR3. And that just highlights all the kind of due diligence that is done with the team, finance team, and then the other officers within the business to try and get our budgets as accurate as possible. Transfers from reserves to the Capital Works programme, transfer from reserves for Coronation Drive pathway, renewal, which is $400,000. So just a reminder, those reserves, it sits as I'll call it a pot of money, but it makes up that cash balance. So it's not on top of that $72 million that I spoke about in the previous report. It's made up of that number. And we move money in and out of reserves depending on if it's completed within the financial year or not. Transfer to reserves.
Sorry, though you must have read my mind, because my question was, and I've interrupted you, sorry, but while you're talking about the transfers to and from reserves, so when we transfer to reserves, it doesn't mean that that project's been canned, it just means that we will do it in another.
Yep, so there's usually a reason behind it. It could be weather related, it could be procurement process related, anything like that. It's not cancelled, it's likely to be included in the next budget or picked up in BR, another budget review throughout the year.
Thank you.
All good. Transfer to reserves from Capital Works programme. So these are the ones that, we're suggesting won't go ahead this financial year, but we'll pull back out in the 25-26 budget. So wastewater projects, $800,000. The information technology ICT project that I spoke about earlier, the data servers, $200,000 pushed to reserves, and transfer to reserves for sales of properties, which will then be spent on future facilities identified projects. And then council sourced funding, these are a result of sale of fleet items or sale of property proceeds, which is great to see that we are having some capital income as a result of that.
The sale of properties? Like, I just don't want that to be interpreted as selling people's properties.
It's nothing to do with the intention to sell process.
No, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, this is to do with council-owned assets that we are disposing of. Yeah, thank you, Andrew. All right, that is the summary of the Budget Review 3. Again, there's a whole appendices related to this, which shows your P&L, your balance sheet, your cash flow forecast, and your long-term financial plan that are all updated in line with your budget review. So recommendation is that Council receive the Budget Review 3 covering the period from the 1st of January to the 31st of March and adopt the amended budget for the 24-25 financial year as outlined in the attached appendices to this report.
Thank you very much. Councillor Littlemore.
Happy to so move, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Happy to second with, again, the comment that finance isn't always considered the sexy stuff, but I will say the way that your team and yourself put the reports together, Ms. Peters, makes it very clear, very easy to follow, so well done. Great work.
Good evening reading, isn't it, Jeff?
Glass of whiskey on the lounge.
Anybody got any further comments? No? Well, thank you. All in favour? Carried, thank you. 4.3 register of fees and charges, and Miss Peters will present this one. There you go.
Great.
Today.
Thank you very much. So the fees and charges register has been reviewed, and the subsequently amended fees and charges is presented for Council's consideration today. We try and always forecast this around the May time, so it's adopted prior to the 25-26 budget, and also gives our ratepayers, businesses, time to digest and amend any of their fees as a result of our fee changes. All right, so council officers have reviewed the fees and charges. The majority of fees and charges are reviewed at a cost recovery methodology. So we review if, for example, the EBA, any staff increases, any increases to any materials and services, and then create our fees and charges based around that. There is also a reference to the Consumer Price Index, and the CPI stat used was 2.8%, which was the 12 months preceding September 2024 quarter. All right, summary of significant changes are below. So the mulch loading fee. Mulch? Right, a fee for loading of mulch has been reintroduced at a minimal charge of $8.50 to ensure council is able to recover officers' time and plant-related costs. There continues to be no charge for residents who self-load their mulch onto their trailers and utes. Thank you.
Sorry, and that's only at specific locations.
Yes.
For that loading of mulch, isn't it?
Great, thank you very much. Domestic dry and wet waste. So domestic waste includes material other than recycling that householders place in their general waste bins, or the mixed waste they self-deliver to transfer stations. Domestic waste disposal at the transfer stations will be charged based on their size as it currently stands, and there's just been an update to the prices here. So small will be $13, medium will be $22, large will be $25, and any domestic quantities greater than the large fee will be charged at the commercial fee. So within the report, it outlines exactly what makes a small, medium and large, and it's also in the fees and charges for anyone interested. Where residents and ratepayers separate their recyclable materials, for example, cardboard, glass cans, from their wet or dry waste presented at council waste management facilities, the recyclable materials will also remain free of charge. Green waste, all domestic green waste disposal at the transfer stations, including grass clippings, tree, bush, shrub trimmings, branches and other material resulting from gardening, landscaping or maintenance, will remain free of charge. Animal management, your dog registration, annual desexed dog registration has been increased by $1 to an annual charge of $36. Annual registration of entire dogs has increased by 3%, or $5 to $155 to continue to act as an incentive for owners to desex their dogs. And then for animals that are impounded and not microchipped, a new $30 fee will be introduced to microchip animals before they're released back to their owners. For regulated dogs, an introduction of a new regulated dog package, which includes collar sign, tag, which has previously been included all separately, has now just been collated to one fee, which is $100 to cover those items. As adopted at the December LGM, there will be a new fee of $2.20 inclusive GST per mailed rates notice is proposed from the 1st of July 2025 to recover the cost of printing and posting notices. And just a reminder to everyone that choosing to receive your rates notice via email is free. As I said, there's 765 fees and charges included in the documents. Obviously haven't touched on them all today, but encourage everyone to go and see them, and these apply from the 1st of July 2025. So the recommendation is that Council adopt the register of fees and charges for the 25-26 effected from the 1st of July 2025. Note the fees and charges outlined in the schedule take effect from the 1st of July. Whilst notices and correspondence may be issued prior to this date referencing the new fees, they will not apply until the effective date. And note, in line with the transition to paperless report brought to Council in December 2024, a charge has been included in the fees and charges for ratepayers who wish to continue to receive paper notices in the mail. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chewy.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes. Ms Peters didn't talk about the pig traps, but I just wonder if Mr McNamara might come up, please. I have a question. It's just a new fee has introduced for the purchase of repurposed pig traps at a charge of $440. Could you just explain, if you don't mind, how that might work? And then when people do catch, I'm assuming they're using the catch a pig, and if they do, what they do with the pig if they catch it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Chewy. We are at the moment looking at repurposed pig traps, so they're second hand, made out of used materials to bring the cost of pig traps down. So if people would like to buy instead of hire a pig trap, then they get to keep that pig trap, farmers predominantly, to use on their own land. So the responsibility of dispatching the pigs after they're caught is the farmer's responsibility.
I know that pigs are an ongoing situation, so I just would grateful for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, and through the chair, I have gone through the fees and charges, and if I may, councillors will bear with me, I do want to move an amended motion, if possible, please. I want to move that, and this is mainly regarding roadside vending, mobile roadside vending and vessels mooring in the Johnson River, that Council 1 adopt the registered fees and charges for 25-26, effective 1st of July 2025 with the following amendments. That A, mobile roadside vending, example including ice cream vans, that a new application fee goes to $2,386, including GST. B, mobile roadside vending, including ice cream van, permit renewal per annum per vehicle, goes to $2,224, including GST. C, vessel exceeding 13 metres with power, head or stern mooring, per annum $5,875, including GST. D, vessel exceeding 13 metres without power, per annum $4,710, including GST. E, vessel exceeding 9 metres with power, head or stern mooring, per annum $5,085, including GST. F, vessel exceeding 9 metres without power, head or stern mooring, per annum $4,000, including GST. G, vessel not exceeding 9 metres with power, head or stern mooring, per annum $4,100, including GST. And H, vessel not exceeding 9 metres without power, head or stern mooring, per annum $3,020, including GST. 2, undertake a review of Council's roadside vending guidelines. 3, note that fees and charges outlined in the schedule take effect from 1st of July 2025. While notices or correspondence may be issued prior to this date referring to the new fees, they will not apply until the effective date. And 4, note in line with the transition to paperless report brought to Council in December 2024, a charge has been included in the fees and charges for ratepayers who wish to continue to receiving paper notices in mail. I will just note, especially on number 1, which I did want to make charges, and 2, is that ratepayers or council, we've got businesses in town that are paying, $3,000 a month minimum for rent, and we've got businesses technically leasing land off us for less than $43 a week. Well, a lot less than that, and even the new fee of, $2,224, it is less than $43 per week. And currently it costs our ratepayers to maintain those areas across the region thousands and thousands of dollars every year. It's not cost recovery for our ratepayers. And also regarding the vessel, even in the private marina, they are paying over $8,000 a year. So just want to bring it a little bit more closer. It's still less than half, but just want to bring it more in line for a benefit for our ratepayers.
Councillor Chewy.
Thank you, Councillor McLeod. The roadside vendor, this applies only to those that are on council
land. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes, because there's some people are on.
we
Yeah,
can't
I know. I'm
charge
just
the people.
I'm just clarifying. Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, it applies to anyone that does an application or actually has a renewal of their permit. So some of these are actually, are services that interact with Department of Main Roads, so DTMR roads as well. But it would, that fee and charge, anyone that puts an application in or a renewal into council to undertake roadside vending would be subject to that charge.
Just on that, could you just clarify that again, Mr. CEO? So is it only those that are on council land? So, you're going into a little bit of detail here, but you got some fruit stalls that are placed on private property. How are they? Are they got the same applications, or are they a separate application?
No. Okay. So through the chair, where someone is trading on private property, they don't need to seek an application. Typically, where you've got a fruit stall on private property, that's running through a planning mechanism, not a permit. But I guess just highlighting there are individuals that are trading as roadside vendors on within a DTMR, carriageway and road extent.
And sorry, even just because they are on DTMR doesn't necessarily mean DTMR does maintain that. A lot of the time it does come back on council to maintain those areas as well, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Councillor Baines?
Thank you, Chair, and I'm not going to make Councillor McLeod read out that amendment again. Just one point, and I understand the amendments to the fees and charges attached to this as a recommendation. The amendment around the review of the roadside policy, is that something we can just take and do separately rather than try and engage it to this? Because it's a policy piece, not a fee and a charge.
Yeah, look, through the chair, having a motion that asks for a review of that guideline could sit in here. Council typically undertake regular reviews of all of our guidelines, and I think the last time we reviewed the roadside vending guideline could have been back in 2023, probably early 2023.
Yeah, it was.
It would certainly be something that is.
And so the association, to make it relevant to this conversation, is under that review, the fees and charges may very well change. When we make that link?
Look, through the chair, council by resolution can adjust their fees and charges at any stage. We do the full review and provide that, leading into 1 July, but discrete fees and charges and a new guideline could be adopted at any point.
Okay, so that's good. So that bit of a clarification. So now, if you don't mind, just run through it again for us. No. Thank you, Councillor.
So we've got a mover and a seconder. Yeah. Any more comments to be made?
I've just got one before we finish. Can I just make it noted, and I didn't want to put it in this motion, that the hall hires, that the Innisfail halls at some point, not now, some point before the next fee and charges in 26, 27, that a weekly hire fee be considered to be in line with all the other halls that we have across the whole region. I just want to make that noted if I can, please, also.
And further to that, I think that if it isn't included and somebody wants to come to us with and sit down, and I'm sure we'd be happy to sit down and discuss a weekly fee. I mean, it wouldn't be that often that somebody would come to us and want to hire it for a whole week. So, I mean, even if it isn't in the fees and charges, the discussion can still be had. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we'll put it to the vote, and all those in favour? Carried. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thanks all.
Move on to 4.4, the motor vehicle policy, and Miss Lee will present.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning. How are you?
Morning, Miss Lee.
Thank you. Morning. The purpose of this report is for Council to consider adopting a motor vehicle policy. Currently, the operation of motor vehicles falls under an operating procedure, MDF 028, which was originally adopted in 2017. The Cassowary Coast Regional Council understands that the need to be fair, equitable and transparent regarding its management of motor vehicle fleet. This policy ensures that Council meets its legislative obligations whilst also ensuring best industry practices are followed where applicable. The recommendation is that Council adopt the motor vehicle policy.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Baines,
Happy to move the policy.
are you going to move the policy? I just wanted to make more of a comment that, you know, this isn't a new policy. This is a policy that we've reviewed. Like, it's been in the system for such a long time that it got brought to our attention, and we have worked on it, and there's been a substantial amount of toing and froing about what is in there and what is not in there. So I just wanted to make that clear that, yeah, it's not a new policy, it's an updated policy. Councillor Baines.
And that was a great segue. Thank you, Chair. Just to make the comment that, I mean, I've seen the vehicle policies change within Council over the last 9 years, and the work that's continuing to be done by the team. Miss Lee is now managing, but the efficient management of our fleet has improved astoundingly over the last few years, and some of the other options in this policy that give us opportunities into the future, I highly recommend to the organisation, and thank the team for the thought that's been put into a policy like this. Very important piece. So, well done.
Thank you. Any further comments? So there's not. Does somebody want to second the policy? Councillor Littlemore.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd like to move an amendment to the resolution, and that be that in section 8 of the policy under procurement of vehicles, that the second paragraph, be deleted, and that paragraph reading, Council recognises motor vehicles are an important contributor of greenhouse gas emissions in Australia and will ensure fuel type consumption and environmental impacts of disposal of vehicles is heavily scrutinised before making any purchase. Chair, I've got concerns about that paragraph, and those concerns relate to the words heavily scrutinised. I have concerns that some may take that to mean that we should be purchasing vehicles which don't consume what we consider conventional fuels, and that may well be a great expense to the ratepayer. And so until our purchasing comes along and recommendations come about vehicles, I don't think that paragraph has a place in this policy, especially given the following paragraph, which says, and was inserted after consultation with the councillors, when considering the purchase of hybrid or electric vehicles, the manufacturer must provide documentation verifying that the nickel used in the batteries originates from an environmentally responsible source. So my concern is that in our rush to go electric or go hybrid, that the environmental impacts are not necessarily taken fully into consideration, and that other considerations might come to the fore and result in expense to ratepayers which don't actually contribute to a solution to our greenhouse challenges. So that's the amendment that I would like to move, Chair, that paragraph 2 in section 8 of the policy be deleted.
Council, do we need a seconder?
I'll second that, Councillor.
So, through the chair, if we can add some context and clarity that I guess greenhouse gases, and I think we are aware in our climate change policy, are a major contributor to global warming, and some vehicles emit larger amounts of greenhouse gases, particularly CO2, than others. This part of section 8 in the policy is not saying, and in no way is driving a shift to electric vehicles. I think we've had this discussion with Councillor. It's about when officers are looking at, and when we go out to tender and we have a number of different vehicle makes and models provided through a tender process, that the officers must consider lower emission vehicles and also consider fuel efficiency. We know ourselves, hybrid BYD utes are coming out now, but you put something on the back and tow with those, you're talking in the vicinity of 23 litres of fuel per 100 kilometres. That's not economical for our ratepayers. So I would suggest if this was removed from the policy, then whilst officers would still absolutely scrutinise things like the fuel type and consumption, it's not driven by policy that we do that. And I think it's certainly, we look at the whole of life cost for our vehicles, we should absolutely be heavily scrutinising when choosing a vehicle, both the consumption of fuel in particular, but also when we dispose of vehicles, that those vehicles are disposed of in a way that is environmentally friendly.
Councillor Baines?
Yeah, I'm really having troubles understanding this, the result you're trying to get out of removing that. And I'll go back to Mr. Graffin's comments there. It is important that these things are recognised. There's nothing in this policy at all that talks about mandating or increasing the purchase of hybrid or electric vehicles, and in the future there may be hydrogen vehicles coming forward. That's another one of these technologies. So I agree with Mr. Graffin. I think that's a very important piece for our officers to be aware of, and I don't see that it could possibly put any sort of economic pressure upon the organisation or our ratepayers. I would suggest it would minimise those pressures. So in my mind, and I think I understand the premise, but I think that's a protection that needs to be in there about the control. These decisions will come back to council. We will have these decisions. This isn't saying we're going out tomorrow and buying a whole brand new fleet of electric vehicles. I mean, this is a forward-facing, future-facing document. We've been talking all day about how well Cassowary Coast Regional Council does. We're leaders in the local government arena. We punch above our weight. Other councils come to us and speak to us. The Deputy Premier spoke to yourself. I think we are recognised for this, and I think there's more risk at taking that comment out on the premise that you think we may be mandated to purchase electric vehicles. I don't see the point of removing. There's more protection in that than there is risk. Thank you.
So my opinion on that is total opposite, because it says we will ensure fuel type, consumption and environmental impact. So we are going to take those things into consideration. So that for me opens up that, ensure, that word ensure means that, that's definitely what we're poking our head at. And whilst it doesn't say we're going to go to electric vehicles, it sort of, to me, indicates that when you're going to scrutinise that, that's probably where they're coming from. So I'm not comfortable with it at this point in time. I just don't think that while we're leaders in lots of spaces, we don't have to be on the forefront of everything that's on offer until it's proven and come back with something a bit more substantial about how this will plan out for our council. I mean, I'm happy to sit back and see how other councils do it first before we jump in the deep end.
So through the chair, to that point, we're not jumping in the deep end, and this has been in our policy for, it's not a new addition. Most local governments have this. It's no different to going in and buying a dryer. You have a look at the energy efficiency in the dryer, because the energy efficiency can have a significant impact on that whole of life cost. All it's saying is if we go out looking for a diesel 4x4 utility for
Yeah.
our operating staff that we're not going to have a BYD, we're going to have a Holden, well, we won't have a Holden anymore, sorry, we'll have a Toyota, you'll have a Triton,
So
and you'll have
the
a
most
Ranger,
efficient in that
and we will look at
range.
fuel efficiency in the range. I think to Councillor Baines's point, Council adopt a capital budget, so the concern around costs around going to hybrid and electric, there would need to be a specific item in our capital budget that would actually allocate additional funding to renew a vehicle from, which would be an upgrade of a vehicle from a diesel to a hybrid or to a electric. So it is, again, knowing the officers that are involved with the procurement, they would absolutely always look at that whole of life cost and the efficiency, but this is not in there around looking at that. It's around looking at, well, one, which has the lowest emissions, and that is scrutinised and considered. It's not, with all of our evaluations, it's only one component of evaluation, but absolutely the use of fuel and the way that this talks about fuel type and consumption is absolutely something that officers look at, because over a 5-year life and a life of potentially 150,000 Ks, that can have a significant impact on our operational budgets across the number of vehicles that we have in the fleet.
Councillor Baines?
Did you want to go first, Councillor Purvis? I was going to say, and just back to Mr. Graffin's comments, almost called him Andrew. Back to Mr. Graffin's comments. This is not just about fuel type. It's about, naturally aspirated engines. Some of them are really efficient and some of them are terrible. We're not going to go out and buy a V12 Bacardi or whatever they're called. I think that's a drink, isn't it? Bucardi. And that's what these protection is in place for. That the team will be looking at the most efficient, most appropriate vehicle to do those jobs. And if that's a naturally aspirated vehicle, that's a great thing. But we should be buying the one that has the best star rating, I suppose, to use an analogy, which goes on your fridge or your dryer. We need to pick the ones that are efficient. We don't need a V8 Ram or whatever else. That's not the sort of stuff we're looking at. So I think there's protections in this that are essential to have in the policy.
Councillor Purvis?
Yeah, just further to that, look, I'm happy to second Council a little more on that. The clarity the CEO has given us there in relation to it, it has opened it up a little bit, but I think just for me, I personally think it is allowing us to push towards the electric vehicles, Councillor Baines. I think it is. The word, like Mayor Millwood said, the word ensure, when you start talking fuel types, you are really opening it up there to ensure the fuel types. It's giving that open up, that's my opinion. And
Councillor McLeod?
Through the chair, is it the word ensure that you're more worried about? Is there another word you could consider, or that would make it any less? But
Through the chair, the ensure is around
right.
only heavily scrutinising. So it's not an absolute statement that is. It's just that we will ensure as an organisation, if council were to adopt this policy, that we heavily scrutinise the fuel consumption, the fuel type, and we're deciding between diesel and unleaded.
Yeah.
But I do get concerns again about what you just said then, Councillor Baines, about choosing the most friendly car.
No, I didn't say friendly, I said efficient.
Efficient,
which is also
which
in
also
here.
means that if you're going to look at a diesel car against an electric car, the electric car is always going to come up more efficient, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the right choice for us. So I just still can't, unless you can write in there that you can assure me that this does not pertain to the purchase of electric vehicles, then I'll be happy to leave it there. Councillor Jessup?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, the average Joe, when they go to buy a car, they will go through pretty much what's listed here. In purchasing the vehicle, they want efficiency, whether they want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions or what, but I think the overall key would be the cost and the life lifespan. I think, and is it going to do the job that you want it to do? So realistically, having this in here is probably a small portion on making any decision on a purchase. I'm happy to leave it where it is.
Can I add through the chair to the mayor's point, the surety is around the budget. So when someone goes and looks at a vehicle, they think about those things, but they also come in with a budget that's set. So at the moment, as I said, an electric vehicle would be, we don't have budget to upgrade to electric vehicles, and that would be the surety that council has when they adopt their budget, including their capital budget. It's detailed that we would be renewing a utility, and I think the current rate we put in there for the expense is about 45,000 and then we would allocate some income there that would come from the disposal of that. So at the moment, I'm not sure what some of the electric and hybrid utes are worth, but I know that at the moment they're significantly higher than that ceiling that we have in the current budget and proposed budget as well. So officers absolutely could not go out and procure something that is outside of those budgetary constraints.
So how do we, for the record, have that incorporated within the statement?
I think it's in the policy already.
Through the chair, I guess the budget process is separate, and council will consider their budget for next year, ideally towards the end of June. Whereas, again, this is a strategy document, a policy document that, again, talks to heavily scrutinising, considering through an evaluation process, fuel consumption, fuel type, which, like I said, is more focused on those whole of life costs for a vehicle.
If I may,
Yeah, sure.
This will ultimately come back to council if there was purchases to be made, or can we put that in there?
Through the chair, absolutely. The capital budget comes to council, so we've got a number of budget workshops still to consider. We looked at the capital budget a couple of weeks back and in a workshop, and that capital budget needs to be scrutinised by councillors. Like I said, there is no electric vehicles in there. There is no increase in the renewal expense that is proposed in the draft budget to procure electric vehicles. Council actually do currently have a number of hybrid vehicles. There's a number of Camrys that have been in the fleet that are hybrid vehicles.
So my question was sort of not about the actual budgeting for it. It's the decision in which cars to purchase.
So through the chair, the policy and the guideline guides officers in that process, but saying the capture all is if there isn't budget, we can't.
But the recommendation doesn't come to council to purchase electric vehicles, or yes?
Depending on the size of the procurement and the delegation. So purchasing one vehicle for $45,000 wouldn't come back to council for a decision, but there's no strategy around transitioning to electric vehicles at the moment. There's no policy that says that we are driving that, purely Section 8. If anything, and there was a concern around that, I would have more concern around the last statement, which says when considering the purchase of hybrid electric vehicles, because that's the only statement in the policy that actually talks to the consideration of electric and hybrid vehicles. The rest of the policy talks purely to fuel type and consumption.
The only reason I'm asking this is because I personally don't think that we're on target for electric vehicles at the moment. My personal opinion, and I haven't surveyed anyone about this, and I feel like, maybe we need someone else to do some heavy lifting before we actually dig into it.
Through the chair.
Or it should come to council.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And these
or
things,
have your say or something.
Through the chair, I think when you look at our whole of life costs, electric vehicles at the moment certainly don't demonstrate as a whole of life the best value for money. There is no strategy at the moment. If there was a wish to amend, I know we've got a motion that's been moved and been seconded, and that needs to be considered because that's on the floor, but
Yep.
certainly if there was a wish to amend the recommendation to have officers bring back a electric vehicle strategy, which would provide the detail that there's obviously some concerns at the moment around the environmentally sourcing the batteries and the nickel in the batteries. There's some concerns there around what the capital cost and the whole of life cost is. A simple sort of strategy could be brought back to council to determine that, and if the recommendation from that strategy is that council don't proceed in that space, then that would be another option.
Councillor Littlemore.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my concerns, well, let me make a statement first. Normally, as Councillor Bain suggests, the paragraph in question appears to be something that you would absolutely want to go for, and as a motherhood statement worded differently, it would probably be perfectly acceptable. And I think what my particular challenge is around the words scrutinised heavily, because that changes it from a motherhood statement to something that leaves me concerned. So that is my chief concern, is that, I mean, are we saying that we don't scrutinise all of our capital purchases heavily? I would think that we do. And that leads me to be suspicious as to why it's in there, and hence the motion that's on the floor.
Councillor McLeod.
Through the chair, I think it needs to be in there, or else it leaves anybody else open to do whatever they want when, whatever officer, that they are held to be accountable to scrutinise all of those vehicles and the cost and everything before they go. There's a motion on the table. I'm happy the way it stands, but I don't know. I think, has everybody finished talking about it and we...
I'll get
Go
there.
for it.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to go back to Councillor McLeod's comments. These sort of decisions need to be scrutinised heavily. They are the decisions we need to do. There are economic benefits involved in all the decisions that we make, and the efficiencies and the savings that we're looking for that we discussed with Ms Peters earlier. And they are things that need to be within our policies. It's responsible and it needs to be reiterated in these policies. And I think back to Councillor Jessop's comments earlier, if a policy did come forward, I think that's a great place for us to have these debates and have those discussions. And then we could have information on whole of life costs and are there economic benefits as well that outweigh the environmental benefits. I just, again, I'm happy with the way this stands, but there's a motion and it's been seconded and it's sitting on the table.
Correct. So we'll go back to the motion. So there was a motion that's moved and seconded to remove it. So those in favour of that motion? So that's Councillor Littlemore, myself and Councillor Pervin. And those opposed? Councillor Baines, Councillor Chewy, Councillor McLeod and Councillor Jessop. Thank you.
We're back to the substantive
So
motion.
now we're back to the substantive motion. So you've moved it.
Don't we just go back to the original motion?
Yeah. Moved second.
Which was seconded by myself? No. No, it hasn't been seconded.
Councillor McLeod just said.
It was originally seconded, because I waited for it to be seconded, the original motion.
Your motion.
No, the original motion was seconded. I waited for it to be seconded before I moved an amendment.
Don't believe so.
No, I don't believe it did either. Okay, so it's been seconded. Those in favour? Councillor Jessop, Councillor McLeod, Councillor Baines, Councillor Chewy.
Did you have your hand up to change my, yeah, before it was counted?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Go on to 4.5, the adoption of the proposed amending subordinate law, and Ms Lampard will present.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors.
Ms Lambert, how are you?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm presenting today the amending subordinate local law number 9 for making as per the local law making policy. So the changes that this amending subordinate local law brings about are in relation to the penalty unit values, which see an increase, and also the identifying of the off-street regulated parking areas. The resolution is to 1. Make the amending subordinate local law number 9, parking 2025, as advertised, and advise the public of the making of the subordinate local law in accordance with the requirements of the Local Government Act. It was put on Council's website for public consultation. Consultation closed on the 16th of May, which was last Friday. No submissions were received.
Very good. Thank you. Any comments? Somebody want to move the motion? Moved by Councillor McLeod, seconded by Councillor Jessup. Those in favour? Carried. How easy was that?
Thank you.
Well done. Chair, we should write the vehicle policy.
I don't think it was the way that. I don't think it was. Intentional. Okay. 4.6. We go to the River Improvement Trust representation, and CEO will present.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Look, the Cassowary Coast River Improvement Trust plays a major role in managing the region's rivers. The primary role of the Trust is to plan, engineer, undertake and maintain stream improvement works designed to improve and protect rivers and streams with a focus on the major rivers, streams and their tributaries. The Trust manages the impact of rivers on land and has a planning role through identifying areas where inappropriate land uses would affect river processes. Council post-election appointed Councillor Jeff Baines and Councillor Chris Littlemore as the councillor representatives for the Cassowary Coast River Improvement Trust. With the recent resignation of Councillor Littlemore as a board member, there is now a vacancy in the role. This report is here to consider the appointment of a local government board member to the Cassowary Coast River Improvement Trust. There is a recommendation there, and that is one to acknowledge the recent resignation of Councillor Littlemore to the Cassowary Coast River Improvement Trust, and to thank Councillor Littlemore for his contributions to the Trust. And then the second one is to appoint Councillor, yet to be determined, as a board member to the Cassowary Coast River Improvement Trust. So if there was a councillor that wished to nominate themselves, they could now move a motion which would include their surname in point 2 of that recommendation. That would then need to be seconded and could then be voted upon. Chair.
Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, and I will move a recommendation that Council 1 acknowledges the recent resignation of Councillor Littlemore to the Cassowary Coast River Improvement Trust and thank him for his contributions, and 2, if everybody's in agreement, to appoint myself, Councillor McLeod, as a board member to the Cassowary Coast River Improvement Trust.
So can I just confirm whether that's a motion or a recommendation?
Recommendation, hey? It's a motion. Sorry, move the motion. Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. And we've got a seconder in Councillor Littlemore. Does anybody take it to the vote? Happy for that to happen? Yep, all good. Thank you.
Sorry, and just as a comment before we step off, Chair, any councillor is always welcome to attend a Cassowary Coast River Improvement Trust meeting into the future as observers, but there has also been correspondence forwarded to the CEO because the River Improvement Trust, so councillor now with post-councillor McLeod's appointment, we have 2 council reps. There's another community rep which should be kicking off in the near future, and there's one more position that we'll go out and advertise for. But the River Improvement Trust as a board would love to come and sit with council, do a presentation, whether we do it in an information session, etc., around the understanding of it. So there's been a lot of churn within that organisation over the last 18 months. It's settling, so we're really looking forward to a progressive and fruitful partnership with council in the future. So if we can make the time, it'll be sitting in the CEO's inbox. We'll work with that in the future.
And Councillor Baines, where could the potential person out there see an advertisement for that vacant position?
So our understanding after yesterday's meeting is that the department are going to let the River Trust manage this process ourselves. So I'm not sure how appropriate it is to maybe lean on council as another way for us to get it out. But as soon as I've got some dates and some packages, we'll be putting out an expression of interest. It will go into the Cairns Post. I'm not sure where we're.
There's probably people out there that
there
are
will be
interested to be
people
on
out there, and
Yeah.
we need people in the community with an interest around the Cassowary Coast as a whole, and to be involved in this. So we're really looking forward to that process coming forward. And of course, once we arrange a date that suits the council and the CEO, we'll pull a meeting together. I'm not saying we wait until we've got everybody appointed. We'd probably like to do that in the near future. But one of the other suggestions yesterday was, rather than an annual the annual report just being submitted to council, that possibly we can do an annual presentation, once every 12 months.
It would be good if they came in and told us what their intentions were and how they're going to work through the funding and what they're achieving. Yeah.
So, and that's the intent. We need to strengthen the partnership. So.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
4.7, request for leave. Mr. Gruffin.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, this is a fairly simple report. Councillor Jessup has requested a leave of absence from the period Wednesday 9 July to Wednesday 16th July 2025 inclusive. There's a recommendation there that Councillor Ellen Jessup's leave of absence for the period from Wednesday 9 July to Wednesday 16 July 2025 be approved.
Councillor Chewy, you're moving it. Councillor Littlemore seconded. Those in favour? Carried, thank you. We go on to 5.1, unsealed road gravel specification review. Gee, that was a mouthful. And Mr. Goodman will present. Morning.
Morning, councillors. Councillors, this report provides information on a independent review that's been taken out, that's been undertaken on our unsealed road gravel specification, and some additional commentary that was that's been provided back to council that was unsolicited but I think highly relevant. The report includes a relatively short history of the last 20 or 30 years of development of gravel road specification, and some indications of pre-amalgamation of different activities that were taken by the previous councils. So I'm not proposing to go into that as I deliver this report, but I think it's certainly worthwhile being on the record, and if there's any questions, I'll be happy to expand on that or clarify any of the information in the report. Addressing unsealed roads performance comes from the 2022, I guess some additional specific work comes from the 2022 Community Scorecard, where performance of the unsealed road network was identified as a large area of concern for the community. In December 2022, Council adopted an unsealed roads improvement plan, and of the number of strategies included in that improvement plan was Strategy 10, which required a review of the gravel specification. This has already been done and brought back to Council, but that was conducted internally only, and we note that Council continues to receive criticism from some sectors with regard to our gravel specification. And on that basis, we've commissioned an independent industry expert to conduct a review.
Which is still taking place.
No, which has taken place, and that report is provided within as an attachment to this. That report is included here as an attachment. Take a leaf from Councillor Baden's here with your indulgence. I think it's worthwhile talking about the qualifications of this industry expert that we have sought this advice from. So this report's written by Phil Hunt. He's the owner, director and principal engineer at Road Engineering Services based in Toowoomba, Queensland. He's a certified professional civil engineer and a registered professional engineer of Queensland. Has worked for 35 years in the roads industry. His experience covers areas of concept, planning, design, construction, maintenance, paving materials, pavement performance, asset management, asset renewal, pavement research and industry training. Phil's experience also covers unsealed roads practice. Phil has presented training in unsealed roads to the roads industry, to what is now currently known the National Transport Research Organisation. It was previously known as the Australian Road and Research Board Group between 2019 and 2023, and since 2024 has provided training through the Institute of Public Works Engineers Australia. Phil's assisted Austroads in national research efforts, working with the previous ARB, currently NTRO, in a number of pavement research programs that included a non-standard gravel materials, cement modified stabilised pavements and foam bitumen stabilised pavements intermittently between 2014 and 2024. The report also details his qualifications and professional memberships. We don't believe we could find a better qualified industry expert to provide this report. The attached report outlines the findings of this review and current CCRC's current unsealed road specification against industry best practice. Specifically on, I think it's worth noting the report on pages, I'm not sure what page number in the overall agenda, but pages 5 and 6 of the Road Service Engineering Services report. It demonstrates how well the specification complies with best practice. It also demonstrates how a QTMR 2.2 specification material clearly does not meet the specification. Noting that a majority of criticism or requests to revert to a historic material would be more like something that meets a 2.1 material, which is even further away from the specification. Section 3 of this report identifies the areas where that sort of material would be deficient in, and that's in stability, resistance to wear, impermeability, workability, and compaction. We certainly acknowledge that sort of material performs extremely well in providing traction during wet weather, but on balance, it is deficient in a large number of factors. Some of the summary of the report is included in the recommendation, and so I'll just move to that. Council, the recommendation is that Council receive the Cassowary Coast Regional Unsealed Road Gravel Specification Review and publish it on the website. Secondly, note the commentary in the report. It is acknowledged that CCR sees management of their unsealed road network using roughness data collection, subsequent weekly condition and works programming and the subsequent weekly condition and works program reporting on the website is considered an excellent standard. In time, this current management practice may very well be proven as best practice. 3. Note the commentary in the report. Cassowary Coast Regional Council's current unsealed road gravel specification, or the gravel properties, confirms it is in alignment with current industry standards and guidelines for a high rainfall zone. And 4, note that Cassowary Coast Regional Council regularly tests gravel supplied by varying quarry suppliers for conformance to this standard. And there's a sample of the sorts of reports that we regularly attain in attachment 1.
Councillor Purban.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Goodman, just in the report, just something's popped out at me there. It's on page 7 of the report, item 5. It says the review has not undertaken a detailed assessment of the actual properties of gravels currently used and their performance over time. Could you break that down for me?
Yeah, sure.
What does that mean?
So what
I interpret that as we haven't even checked the product as being used. If I read that
through the chair, that wasn't in the scope of the works that was asked by Phil Hunt. Was to actually check that the gravel that we utilise meets the specification. That what we asked him to do was check that our specification was right. Additionally, that's the stuff that I guess we have provided in Appendix 1, which is separate to his report. We've provided information to Council that demonstrates that we, separate to Phil's report, that Council is also getting independent analysis of the materials to confirm that those materials do meet the report. So what, if I can try to summarise this, Phil's scope was to confirm or otherwise that our specification was correct. And then we have provided information through Appendix 1 which demonstrates that the material we are receiving is checked regularly and meets the specification that Phil has checked.
Because I was just about to say the same thing on page 1. It says no detailed assessment of actual gravel used and their subsequent performance has been undertaken in this report. So do we see that we are going to do that?
Through the chair, confirm that we are already doing that, and that's the basis of Appendix 1 that demonstrates that we are doing that. So we had to ask this independent consultant to go and do and undertake gravel tests. We asked him to review the specification. Separately, we are providing evidence in this report that we are checking that gravel qualities that comes out of our quarry. Certainly, we identified that through the Unsealed Roads Unsealed Roads Improvement Plan, that was an area that needed improvement. That we were relying on our specification to ensure that gravel coming to site and relying on assurances from various gravel suppliers that what they were providing met that specification, and we knew and had found that that wasn't always the case, so that we've improved and invested significantly in it's not a formal quality assurance program, but essentially that's what we are doing, is ensuring the quality of the materials. We don't test every load of material that comes to site, but we are doing, we've got standards on X tests per 1,000 tonne sort of thing. So we are confirming that.
So my comment's is more around, and the guy's obviously an expert in his field, is not the quality of what's going on there, but is it really the best solution for our roads? I mean, because I live on one for starters, and the dust and the runoff that we get is significant. So all I'm in my mind is that maybe there are other avenues that we need to be looking at, or other. Yeah, I don't really know. It just doesn't. I look at this picture in front of me of the 4 different quarries that rock comes out of, and Costigan Road clearly stands out to me as a road that if I drove on that road, I wouldn't see a big mob of dust flying up behind me. Whereas if I drove on Barrett's Lagoon Road, I would see that. So I don't know how to explain that.
Well, I think through the chair, the sieve rates and the specification determines, you know, what size the different particles are. So out of those different quarries, the particle sizes that we're saying are going to be identical and in the same ratio. So the fines, the dust will be the same. The colour of the material coming out of the quarry might change, and I think that's where, attached to the report, if you have a look at the Shamrock report, David saying, well, expert says that it's the best for our conditions, and let's face it, there's not many locations in Australia that receive upwards of 4 metres of rain a year. And then he's saying we then test the material coming out, so the material meets that specification, and then when it goes down, there's a number of measures there around the moisture content and the density, so the compaction that we do get, like David's saying, we don't test every load that comes out of a quarry, but we make sure that there's enough tests to have certainty that we are getting it right most of the time, and we don't test the density of every load that goes down on a road. But there's enough tests there to ensure there's consistency. So it's not foolproof. You will still get the odd phone call that comes up and says, hey, this material's gone down and maybe the moisture content was too high because of the rain or where it's come from. But most of the material that's coming out will meet specification, and most of the material that's going down will meet the standard. But
So I don't think it's about the material, that the specification of the material that's on there. I think it's more about the way that we are presenting a road. So back to my knowledge, they either used to put sand over the top of what they're already doing, or they put gravel over the top to take up the fines when it does rain or whatever. But I'm no road builder, or I'm not questioning what they're putting down there at the present time. I'm just saying, is there a better system that we could utilise?
And through,
you know where I'm coming
through
from?
the chair,
I don't know.
that's why we have got
how
an
to say that.
expert road builder to assess that. But you're right, unless you seal those roads, I mean, the percentage of unsealed roads we have in our network compared to, you know, the local governments within far north Queensland, excluding probably Cook, is, yeah.
Yeah, well, they talk about road runoff in the Great Barrier Reef. Well, I mean, we've probably got the most of these roads probably in far north Queensland, and, you know, I mean, if we're doing the best practice we know how do we get them to recognise that maybe the state and federal government need to allow us a bit more funding? Or yes, Jeff, I can see you jumping out of your seat.
Well, I am, because you've given me 5 segues there to run into this, because I think that is the real opportunity here. It's how we encourage, and there's a motion with LGAQ to encourage the state government to match federal funding that has previously gone to Reef Guardian Councils. I'm proud to say Reef Guardian Councils is now 21. There are more councils coming on board, but there's an opportunity at the moment, especially as the beating heart of the wet tropics and the birthplace of the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park, but we are a region that has significant rainfall, and these are issues. So maybe I'm talking too much. Encouraging this investment from the state and the federal government is essential to our efforts moving forward in that space, and there's some real opportunity in that space. I think the work that Mr. Goodman and his team are doing is astounding, and these sort of quality roads, it's not ready to put a black top straight onto, I'd imagine, Mr. Goodman, but
I could have one on mine.
be close,
Bring it
be
tomorrow and
close.
have a test.
Absolutely. So, I mean, again, I thank the council for your ongoing support of Reef Guardian Councils and our efforts, and I encourage all of the councillors, yourself included, Chair, to continue the lobbying, because we have no more federal funding locked in post June 2026. So we need to be having those conversations now. The election has been completed, the government's in place, so we need to keep encouraging that. And again, of course, it's not just to benefit Cassowary Coast Regional Council, it's to benefit all the local governments in the reef catchments, but that ongoing support would be greatly appreciated. But that's the trick, yes.
Councillor McLeod.
Yeah, through the chair. This report shows that the stuff what we're putting down is of specification and quite high. I know a lot of people have problems with the roads, but I don't think it's considered on our weather. Well, it says it's good for our weather, but when it's raining, how the users are actually driving on the roads, you know, it's users as well, what is going on. Like we've got a big agricultural sector here, the size of the vehicles that are going on the road, how they're driving in conditions. You know, I've got one road, they have problems because we've got hooners doing, you know, fishtails and everything through it. So, of course, the integrity of the road is chewed up and deteriorated. So I think there's a lot of other factors. This has shown that the stuff that our quarries are producing is up to standard. I think it's, you know, not only that, but it's a behavioural thing as well for the users who are actually using the roads.
It does say that, but it also says that it's only a guideline. So it says here that noting that these standards are all considered as guidelines, so you can go above and beyond the guideline if you wish to. So, and you know, people do have expectations given that the amount of rates that they pay, and some of them a hell of a lot more than others and don't see a lot of benefit. So that's the point I'm getting at, is that it is still a guideline. So there are things that there are other options that we could look at taking, and is there or will there be any consideration for others? So yeah, Councillor Jessup.
I think it's the whole, how long's that piece of string and when is the Bruce Highway going to get fixed sort of question. But I think the guys are doing a really good job, and I've been reading this report about the cohesiveness of the material that you're using on the roads, and how different it is to your sand and your gravel and things like that, and the looseness and how it cohesiveness to the road, and it almost lends itself to being seen as something with longevity. To me, I've seen the soil and the rock that you're using. I've felt it, and it actually is. It's quite hard to palpitate, basically. And I think it's a wonderful report, given the fact that you are doing such a good job with the quarries that we have here too. This is all natural product in our area, so yeah, well done. Thank you.
Through the chair, just to add the shift with our DRFA funding as well now, it has been positive to see a shift, and I know council's been advocating for a shift towards betterment for some time now, but they are actually starting to realise that doing the same thing over and over again just does not make sense, and we have been lucky enough to secure $4.6 million worth of betterment funding, which absolutely will allow some bitumen to be put down on some of those roads that are most impacted and most regularly impacted by our wet weather events.
Do you have a mover?
Yep. You done?
Oh, you still, sorry.
Well, sorry, I thought if I can just add one thing. What we're not saying here is that there's never any problems with our unsealed road network. And we know that there is, and inherently it doesn't matter how well it's managed or how good the quality of the material that's used. you will have issues, and particularly around significant changes in traffic usage, and if those coincide with wet weather events, it's an inherently more variable asset that we're providing for the community use than a sealed road. We understand that, and we're not trying to pretend that we never have any issues with our unsealed road network. That's not what we're trying to say here, and it's certainly not what this report
is saying.
But what we're saying is within that context, that the specification that we are using is the right specification to use, and notes that our general management of our unsealed road network is of a very high standard.
Yeah, and the reports, and happy to take on board all of the report and everything, but as I go back to and as you've just said then, not all roads are the same and not all roads hold up the same, so sometimes we need to go back to realising that this is only a guideline and sometimes different practices are required on different roads. So, yeah. Anyway, further to that, we have somebody to move it. Councillor Jessup. Councillor Baines. So in favour, so we're accepting the report, but I just always come back to the thing that it is a guideline, and we can go outside those guidelines if we need to.
And there's nothing to stop us pursuing other methods.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
exactly.
And that's the continued piece.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm up next.
Well, you're up next again. Okay, so 5.2, request for Hudson Bomber Plaque, Carwell's Foreshore.
Thank you. Councillors, this report's provided on the basis of hopefully providing some finality to ongoing discussions between Council and the Cardwell RSL. Provide the history on what's been going on down there. A plaque installation request was received by the Cardwell RSL sub-branch on 3rd of September last year. There's a photo of that plaque included in the report. The request was to install a plaque that had already been purchased, and the plaque seeks to provide historical information around a Hudson bomber crashing in the Hinchlebrook Channel in May 1942, and the rescue attempts of the 4 crew and salvage of that bomber onto the beach in Cardwell. At the time of receiving the request, the current applicable policy was under review, and a response was deferred until the amended policy was adopted on the 26th of September 2024. In October, a response was provided through our customer request process, rejecting the RSL's application on the basis of being inconsistent with policy. We then received a further request to review that decision on the basis that the application was made while the previous policy was in I don't know what the word I'm looking for, in place. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. This review was undertaken. It identified the application as being inconsistent with both the current and the previous version of the applicable policies, and these inconsistencies included that the applicant does not have the authority to determine the location, and that the wording and layout of any proposed plaque must be approved by officers prior to the purchase of the plaque. If an opportunity to inform the wording was provided to officers prior to purchase, the following amendments to the Cardwell RSL would have been suggested. The removal of the Essendon Bombers logo, removal of VFL, AFL career statistics from descendants of those that were in the Hudson Bomber, and removal of sponsorship acknowledgements. The third area of inconsistency was that all aspects of the plaque installation must be agreed before a plaque is purchased by council and not the applicant to ensure appropriate quality standards are met. This review did find, however, that it was reasonable to assess the application under section 4.16 of the other tributes, 4.16 other tributes, that aspect, that section of the policy. In this section has the following key points. Other tributes are sometimes requested. Each application will be assessed on its individual merit, subject to the conditions within the policy. That it's not appropriate to install tribute plaques on existing council-provided furniture. The specific detail and the final location will be determined by the director or his or her delegate. The tribute will be installed by council at cost to the applicant, and council will ensure a standard and style and material is used for all new plaques. While there are some inconsistencies with this policy identified, it's acknowledged that the Cardwell RSL has invested significant time, effort and funds into this plaque. As such, some discretion was applied utilising the specific date, detail and final location will be determined by the director clause in the policy. It was determined that while the layout and wording of the plaque could have been improved, it was not so bad that a significant financial impost should be imposed on the Cardwell RSL to purchase a second plaque. The purchased plaque was inspected by officers and found to be of high quality. And 2 locations were identified on the Cardwell foreshore for installation of the plaque, being either the Battle of the Coral Sea Memorial Park or in the vicinity of the War Memorial. And I should note, this is, should have been included in the report, but it's not, that the Coral Sea Memorial Park is not really a practical location for the installation of this plaque because of the wording on the plaque, which directs people, if they want more information, to go to that, to the Battle of the Coral Sea Memorial Park. Rationale is for those 2 significant these 2 significant locations on the Cardwell foreshore are already dedicated to military history. Further, as part of the Reconstructing Cardwell project post-Cyclone Yasi, there was very significant community consultation undertaken, and review of the October 2011 report for Constructing Cardwell Community Workshops report was, sorry, there's a duplication, October 2011. That was provided to council by GHD, was the consultants utilised then. And this report demonstrates that the Cardwell foreshore represents many different things to many different people. There was not a representative view that additional military history sites should be identified. Specific historical themes actually identified by the community at the time was more emphasis to the pioneering significance of Cardwell in North Queensland, particularly being the first coastal development north of Bowen. This report's provided to council, as I said, on the basis of continued approach to councillors and to council from representatives dissatisfied with the application of adopted policy by officers. However, it's worth noting on the 30th of January 2025, the President of the Cardwell RSL provided the following: "We're disappointed not to be able to have this historical plaque erected near the site of the aircraft's beaching way back in May 1942. However, happy to have the plaque located near the cenotaph and CCRC undertake the task." Certainly acknowledge that the President has since provided alternative views to councillors and to council. The recommendation is that council note the advice to the Cardwell RSL sub-branch provided under delegation by the Director of Infrastructure Services in accordance with the Park and Street Furniture Donation and Memorial Plaques Policy in December 2024. 1. That the application for installation of the plaque was inconsistent with the current and previous policy with regard to location determination, approval of wording and layout, and cost and standardisation. However, 2, approval has been provided for installation at the applicant's cost at either the Battle of the Coral Sea Memorial Park or in the near vicinity of the Cardwell War Memorial.
Okay, so I would like to move an amendment to that at point 2. I have been in contact with the Cardwell RSL and members from down there. So at point 2, I would like to move that approval has been provided for installation at the applicant's cost at the site nearer to the bomber site, which is the location that we currently have where the viewing platform is with the binoculars, which would be seen and appreciated by tourists whilst the binoculars at this location. So when I had the conversations with them, that they thought, seeing that they couldn't have it, they wanted it further up the road at the actual location, and I suggested that because we've already got structure there, that it would be more reasonable to have it at the location where there already is a structure, which is just back from the location, and they were happy to do that. So I would be asking that somebody support that it goes at that location rather than the 2 on the current.
So
Putting it at
So you're talking about
where the viewing platform is.
Effectively across from 79 to 81 Victoria Street, which is that's the viewing platform.
Yeah.
With the road crossing, is that right?
Yeah.
Would you be comfortable if that was costs? Let me just say Brasenose Street. I think most of us are aware of Brasenose Street, where we have the bus stop. It would be it's across the road from that, and probably 3 properties down is that viewing platform. I think there's a water drinking fountain there to the south. I understand.
Sorry, Councillor Littlewood.
Sorry.
No, I was just waiting for the CEO to finish, Chair.
So is that the motion that you're putting forward would be approval has been provided, Liz, you're right to capture this, approval has been provided for installation at the applicant's cost on the foreshore opposite 79 to 81 Victoria Street?
Yep. At the viewing platform.
Through the Chair, can I just suggest that there might need to be some rewording on the whole thing, because the way that I've written the recommendation is that it's noting the advice that's already gone out, and so that that would be inconsistent with the. I'm not saying that you can't have a motion that does that, but it might just need to be a motion that says that approval be provided for the installation at the applicant cost at that location, rather than an amendment to the recommendation.
So what do we?
I'll draft, if you want to go through the conversation, I'll draft something up quickly. And
That might need to be point 3
Point 3.
rather than trying to
Change what's there.
what you've already written.
Sure. Councillor Littlemore.
Thank you, Chair.
We're going to come back to it, Councillor Baines.
I believe the sense of the motion is a sensible compromise between where the RSL originally wanted it, which was opposite the Marine Hotel, and having had discussions with the RSL, as they're in my division, I do understand that there is no objection to that location. Nobody's come back to me with feedback saying that it's an unsuitable compromise. So once we tidy up the wording, I'll be happy to support the motion, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chewy.
Thank you. Mr. Goodman, could you just provide clarity, please? I know there's a policy, but what is the process? Because we do know that there are people who wish to lay tribute plaques, and whether it be historical, war, or family, or things like that. So how do people go about it? It could just be recorded in the minutes, and just in very simple terms, just what is the process that they need to do, so that we don't, and no disrespect to this process, that it doesn't have to come back. This has been an ongoing saga that all of the councillors, I think, have been involved in. So if we could just help the public understand what they need to do to facilitate this. Thank you.
Sure. Through the Chair, the application process should start with a discussion with the infrastructure services about the intent of a plaque, and we can provide advice as to the suitability of a location.
Sorry, you say plaque. Can it be a tree? Can it be a chair? Just some sort of whatever the tribute that they've got in mind to bring it to you for discussion.
Correct.
Thank you.
If they started in that space, and we had a discussion about how the policy would be provided, I think particularly where it gets to plaques, that one of the key areas of, I guess, conflict we've had in the past is a decision on what a community group or an individual believing that they can get a plaque to say whatever they like.
Yeah.
And so consultation with officers, with council about the wording of that would save a whole lot of heartache afterwards. So really that's it. If I could simplify it, is talk to infrastructure services. The policy is available on our website. You can read that. That would be great. But if you wanted to simplify the process and make it much simpler, talk to officers within infrastructure services that can talk you through the process up front before there's investment in buying things or seeking sponsorship or doing any of those things, or purchase of materials, or if it was a tree or it was garden ornaments or whatever it is. It cannot be assumed that anything will be approved. A lot of things can be approved, but it can save a whole lot of heartache for a lot of people if they had a conversation with officers in the first instance.
Thank you. And would officers be prepared to go on site to inspect where this plaque tribute might be also? Because, I've just been asked this question, so, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, yes, through the chair.
Sorry, through the chair, Councillor Millwood, because my head is a blur, I'm not going to lie, is the place that you're talking about still close to the War Memorial?
Yes.
Thank you, because as reflected in the Cardwell's aspirations, and no disrespect to veterans in any way, shape or form, it would be nice if it was consolidated so that the esplanade could be many things to many different people. Yeah. Thank you.
So yeah, because it's better if they come and discuss it before they go and have something already made, and then they get it made and then they come back and then you say, well, no, that doesn't fit. So it's always worth a discussion beforehand, I guess.
Yeah, perhaps I know comms are very busy, but in light of this conversation, we might need to revisit something so the public have a greater awareness. Thank you.
So just for clarification, guys, I'll read this out again. That council, note the advice to the Cardwell RSL sub-branch provided under delegation by the Director of Infrastructure Services in accordance with the Park and Street Furniture Donation and Memorial Plaques Policy in December 2024. 2. Note that the application for installation of the plaque was inconsistent with the current and previous policy with regard to local determination, approval of wording and layout, cost and standardisation, and 3. Approve the installation of the Hudson plaque on the Cardwell Foreshore viewing platform located across from 79 to 81 Victoria Street, Cardwell.
That's still at the applicant's cost, we say?
Through the chair, yes.
Councillor Littlemore.
Thank you, Chair, and happy to support that motion by seconding.
Thank you. Does anybody have any other comments? So those in favour? Thank you, carried. Thanks, Mr. Goodman. Move on to planning, development incentives, reduction in infrastructure charges, and Mr. Horton will present. Sorry about that, guys. I just had all my words in a soup.
Good afternoon, Council.
Mr. Horton, an absolute pleasure.
Hey, there's plenty of talk today. It's been good. great to listen to. 6.1, we got the development incentives, reduction in infrastructure charges policy. So the purpose of this report is to obtain Council's approval for an extension of the current development incentives scheme as per the current policy. The initiative will be offered for a way of reduced infrastructure charges. The time frame of the policy is proposed to be extended until the 30th of June 2026, and the policy is proposed to be amended to state that the applicant must apply within 3 months of the date of the approval taking effect to allow for efficient administration of the policy, while also including the Port Hinchinbrook area following the normalisation process. So Port Hinchinbrook's been included within this policy. The current policy offers up to 100%, so it's not 100% all, it's at the discretion of council, up to 100% on the discount on the infrastructure charges payable for certain eligible developments within the region. Overall, the policy is considered to be working well within the current climate and is recommended to remain in place with some amendments, as discussed previously. The policy has assisted in facilitating development to occur in the region. Since 2014, Council has committed to reduce approximately $6.1 million in infrastructure charges. Note that this is not giving money away to developers, this is foregone income. The projects which have been completed have contributed to $42.2 million in direct construction cost, so the estimated costs we get through on the applications to the local economy, with another $93.5 million either underway or waiting commencement of construction. So we still got a few that are to come. These figures do not include the ongoing economic benefits and social benefits through new residents moving to the area, expenditure in the local economy, and new services and businesses opening up. So the recommendation is that Council adopt the development incentives reduction in infrastructure charges policy to have effect until the 30th of June 2026, and the delegated to the Chief Executive Officer to decide applications under the development incentives and reduction in infrastructure charges policy, which would result in the exemption or reduction with a total value of less than $20,000. So Council, the recommendations there. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm happy to move this. It is good because I don't think we would have seen, especially in Innisfail, a 21, 22 unit complex being built, which, you know, provide an extra 20 something homes. If this wasn't available for these developers, you know, we will recoup money with rates and all the rest of it at a later time. But I like this policy, and I'm happy to see it through to the end of June 30th, 2026 at this point.
Councillor Pervin, have you got more to add?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Mr. Horton, can you just tell us exactly what the infrastructure charges are? Like, is it... How does it work? Like, people think we are just giving the money away to these developers, but give us a breakdown of it if you don't mind, thanks.
Through the Chair, the Council has an LGIP, so Local Government Infrastructure Plan, which is attached as part of the planning scheme. So as part of that, we've got to do assessments on our trunk infrastructure within the network. So what we propose to do in the future and how that works. So that's all, everything from roads, water, you know, building a reservoir. And we built a fair few of them in the last 5 years, as we know, throughout this region to try and, you know, get away from boil water notices and those types of things. So it's around your trunk and your forward trunk mains, your road networks and so forth. So infrastructure charges are collected on that basis. What we're doing with the policy is really infill development. Like, it doesn't mean that the developer doesn't have to do the work. So every development application is conditioned. So if someone has to put in a footpath in front of their property, or they've got to put in a new water main, or they've got to put in a new sewer main, road, channel and curb, drainage with stormwater pits and underground drainage, that all has to occur as part of the development. This doesn't pay for that. The offset of this goes into a fund, which then goes back into doing, overall within the whole region, not just in the Pacific areas anymore. Used to go years ago into Pacific areas, like if you took a park contribution, it was only for a park in Mission Beach, or only for, now it's all created into one pool, and the council gets to decide where that money is used. So if there's infrastructure that needs to be done, they can contribute towards that out of the infrastructure charges. But the most of the stuff that we're dealing with is infill, where we've had relevant works done, we've got funding, external funding to upgrade that as well, which we know in some of Innisfail Estate and other areas. We've had funding with these reservoirs, we've had, those types of things entailed. So it's a cost above the initial works that you do in a subdivision. So with everyone doing the 15-lot subdivision that's just come online at Spina's development across from the cemetery in Innisfail in that third stage, that developer put in all the works. So everything in there, extension of the road, internally and externally, coming down past the cemetery and moving further along, because that's the frontage of it. The footpaths are there, the underground stormwater's there, the sewer's been connected, the water's been upgraded. So this charge then comes on top of that at $30,000 a lot, which then goes into that. We're waivering that component. But as I said, they still have to do the works to do the development. But if they do the development, the works, and then pay this external fee on top, which is the infrastructure charges for that development, economically it's mightn't be viable. They do their sums, the development doesn't proceed. And we've had plenty of confirmation around that, that these are really working in the way of that they can still deal with the cost of dealing with that lot. And putting it on the ground, because you understand, to put a lot can be anywhere from $95,000 to just build that parcel. You put this on top of that, that's another 30. You're looking at 125 before you sell the block. In some areas of our region, that just don't work. So, so the policy's in. It's to the 30th of June 2026. All I can say is, if developers are out there, come and see us. Planning and Development is always here to have a chat and a talk about any development of any type within our region. And look, it may not be extended, so it's a use it, lose it type of clause. Moving forward, let's try and see what we can do, and hopefully, we'll see what another 12 months does with the policy in place.
Sorry, and through there, just to follow on with that, they've got a three-year build, realistic to finish. It's not that we're letting them we're not waivering these for them to sit on it for 10 years. We want these buildings on the ground within 3 years. With that, it increases our rate base, which increases income for council, so we can afford to fix our roads and all the rest of it. So if you are a developer out there, it's up to 100%. So, definitely get in touch with our staff and take up that offer.
Yeah, through the chair, definitely. It's around that bring forward component. We need the development on the ground. We need blocks on the ground for people to build houses. That's it's part of, our builders, our plumbers, our other tradies that are part of that construction industry being able to still operate. You need that type of benefit and bringing it forward. We've got a lot of approvals that have been in place, and I've still got a few that are still going from well prior than Cassowary Coast Regional Council. So, some of the tail end of the Johnson Shire and Carball Shire that are still current today, but their condition of their development infrastructure charges, which we used to call contributions, are attached by conditions. They still have to pay them, because they're not under the current policy. So there is a number of developments there that have still got that component with them. And as we title the blocks down at Bulgaroo with the last lot of those blocks along the rear, they still pay infrastructure charges because that's under an old approval, which still conditions that development to pay those charges. Unless you go and get a new approval under this policy and we agree to that and it's approved by council, they need to pay them. So.
Councillor Chewy.
Yeah, thank you. And just to confirm that it's not a given that it's 100%.
Through the chair, definitely
Yeah,
not.
exactly.
It's at council discretion. If we're fully aware, and for council's officers, we work closely with infrastructure services and commercial services. We need to know, in different areas that there might be a stormwater issue there might be a water issue there, that an upgrade's required. It might come back that those elements of the infrastructure charges are not waived. so that goes in. But we need to understand that, we need to know that, so when we do put a recommendation forward, that's what comes through. So council's fully aware of that.
So by having this, I guess people need to be aware that the reduction in the infrastructure charges is really about encouraging investors to come and take up the opportunities here on the Cassowary coast, because at the end of the day, if there are things that we want to condition, they still have them in their contract. It just goes under a condition rather than it be set in the infrastructure charges. Like the infrastructure charges is not anybody giving away money. It's simply encouraging those people to come and build in the areas that we already have the infrastructure there, like the water and the sewerage and power's already in those areas. So, but we still can condition whatever it is we need.
Oh, through the chair, definitely, yeah. We can condition the components of the operational works that need to be done, as part of a subdivision or part of a multi-unit development, commercial development and so forth. So we can condition that. The infrastructure charges notice that goes out with the decision notice, and it's worded that way. The infrastructure agreement lasts for 3 years. If they don't do the works, they've got to pay the infrastructure charges after that date. So it's about getting that forward. We've got one development at the moment which is on, has only got a couple of months to run. We had a pre-start yesterday. They will be working to meet that deadline to get that waiver. That's what it's about. It's not about sitting there land banking. Just keep putting in your extension every 6 years. Oh, can I please extend it? Because if the policy direction of the scheme doesn't change, it's very hard to refuse that extension. So if it's still zone residential, it still meets the criteria of any new scheme moving forward. When that application comes in to extend, it's very hard to refuse that unless there's a major policy change on that, say rezoning of the whole land, those types of things where you can say, no, well, that's it. You've got a certain period when we go to a superseded planning scheme to get that completed. So, it's about trying to drive development, and that's what we're trying to see. There's plenty of inquiries coming through. So, look, I'm looking forward to the next 12 months. I've been a part of this policy since it come into place. So I'd like to see a lot more benefit in the next 12 months. We have a major development in Mission Beach, which we'll see completed, and we have some lovely development applications coming to council soon around that area. So, it's providing the benefit that I can see that we need.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. Councillor Jessup.
I think this is a great incentive to get people. We want people to come live, stay, raise their families here. So I'm happy to support this, and I will move.
It's been moved. You can second it.
I shall
if you like.
Thank you.
We'll go to the vote. All in favour. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we move on to 6.2. Mr. Horton will present.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Application for reduction in infrastructure charges related to RAL 250008, reconfiguring one lot into 12 lots on land described as Lot 100 on SP 328759 and situated at Carrington Drive, Wongling Beach, which is off Duncaley Crescent, which leads on to Pacific View from there. So council's received a request for 100% reduction of the infrastructure charges for this proposal. The 100% reduction in infrastructure charges for the development will result in $322,735.05 discount. The revised infrastructure charge amount, if met within that 3-year component under the infrastructure agreement, will be no fee to be paid. The proposed development will provide economic benefits to Mission Beach area and wider community via the Cassowary Coast region through significant employment opportunities during the construction phase, and then we lead into the development, new houses, new sheds, those types of things after that as well. In addition to this, provide additional residents. So the proposed development complies with the eligible and assessment criteria, and therefore is recommended that the request for 100% reduction in infrastructure charges be approved by council. So with this development, council, you would have seen the first stage completed. There's some construction of houses and sheds and so forth within that development at the first stage on the end of Duncaley Crescent. Goes up into a cul-de-sac there on top of the hill. So that was the first stage. That was done 2 years ago. So there's some considerable investment into that, and the properties are all bought, I think, except for one, maybe off the top of my head. So this is the second stage to finish in there, and that pretty much finishes that little area out around Pacific View Drive. So pretty much after that, we've got to extend, if it goes ahead, Pacific View Drive down through across the drainage system across to the other side, which then abuts a property on South Mission Beach Road. But that's up to them as a owner of that land, whether they develop that further or not. It's zone residential. So, but this little clump of property pretty much closes out that left-hand side, and the right-hand side's really under environmental constraints, and won't further be subdivided.
Councillor Chua.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Horton, just looking at the map, can you just confirm that these blocks are of a good size? There was considerable concern and discussion that it was going to be very small blocks and very tight housing sort of area, but looking at the map, the blocks do look to be considerable size. Thank you.
Through the chair, they're a large size block. That's considering the constraint of the block as well. We're in pretty hilly sort of area, so. And looking at the infrastructure, and the road network, which then council has to carry as an asset. So from it comes up into a little cul-de-sac, and then, the lots are coming off that cul-de-sac up into the properties, and the appropriate easements are there and so forth with that development moving forward for drainage and bushfire and so forth, which resolve around that regional area.
Just on that, Mr. Horton, that's already approved, but isn't it?
Through the chair, the RL's approved, and this is the waiver on that infrastructure charges subject to that development approved.
Councillor Baines.
Happy to move.
Happy to move. Second by Councillor Pervin. Councillor Littlemore.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to Mr. Horton. Mr. Horton, how do we come up with a 100% reduction and not say a 90% reduction or a 50% reduction? Is there some methodology that's applied?
Through
can understand, please.
Through the chair, I probably can do some more work with council on this as well. But in the LGIP, in our infrastructure charges resolution, there is a percentage of different portions of breakup between water, sewerage, and those types of components. So when you do an infrastructure charge, say within an area like Eddy Bay, which doesn't have sewerage, so the infrastructure charges are calculated on a certain percentage of what we got with stormwater, water, road network, those type parks, and how that all works out. So there's different percentages with different areas. Like if you're fully catered for, it'll break down everything. But sometimes you don't have stormwater either. Some places don't have channel and curb, they just got an open drain. So the stormwater calculation doesn't come into effect. So that's where you work it out from. So that's presented in our infrastructure charges resolution, which, I'm happy to discuss with council at any time if they wish me to workshop that with them, just so they understand further.
Thank you for the reply, Chair. Further teasing of this out. So in this particular development, the developer is supplying the infrastructure, the water, sewer, roadworks, and so that's reducing the burden on council for the future. Am I correct in thinking that, please?
Through the chair, all the trunk that goes in there, so the road to the cul-de-sac, the stormwater drainage, which is channel and curb and underground drainage, the internal sewer mains, so their pump networks and so forth, and the water, so the loop main for the water going into that development within the road reserve, as well as they got to pay for ergon. So whether that's underground or overhead, a lot of the new developments are underground, so that's all those little green pillar boxes you see around the place, so that's got to go in, as well as an NBN, so they got to negotiate with NBN as well to provide that either fixed cable or whether that's from, satellite systems or our network,
So some of these come off that cul-de-sac there, and that's up the back there, isn't it?
Yeah, through the chair, that's their access leg for lot 10 and 11 have got access legs back to Carrington Drive. So everyone's got their own access. They're a lot cleaner than having easements, because you have easements and you have multiple people on an easement. Sometimes that gets very, very, you get
it comes
issues.
back to that, making sure that those people realise that is all their responsibility, that whole access all the way from Carrington Drive back to their property, because we these are the people that come back and then want council to maintain that area.
Well, yeah, through the chair, it's been designed to ensure that, even the lay of the land's taken into account, that a driveway can go in there. You know, most people understand, and even if you look at some of the development within Mission Circle, when it was done back in the day, like the blocks are done, but there's easements running through 3 blocks to provide access to the rear, because the network of the hill going up, it's got to weave its way through, where this type of development, we've done it in a way where we understand that access can be provided through that access handle, and that's what they've got. But as I said, it's a lot better outcome than having easements, because you have multiple people on easements. Some people don't get on. Then someone might be driving a 4-wheel drive and someone's driving a car, and the whole aspect around there, and then council becomes involved, and we've been through that scenario many times, and it's a lot easier for everyone to own their own parcel and their own driveway. They deal with that, the crossover's put in accordingly to how they build, and that's up for them to maintain.
Any further questions? Put it to the vote. All in favour? Thank you. 6.3.
Is an application reduction infrastructure charges for MCU 250004, material change of use for indoor sport and rec, a new gym on land described as Lot 24 on SP 344101, situated at 10 Shepherd Close, Mission Beach. We're in receipt of that request for 100% reduction for it. That will reduce the charges, council, by $64,556.85 in a discount. It is noted that development contributes significant capital investment through the new construction, which we can see, that's there. The development also contributes to the local economy on an ongoing operational basis through employment opportunities throughout the supply chain and local business. Anticipated the proposed gym will provide employment up to 10 staff. I suppose that's at various times during, depending on classes and so forth, and an additional 20 indirectly. As such, the project provides significant long-term value to the community and region by providing essential community service to support the livability, which also helps to support an active workforce to live within the Mission Beach local area. So the proposed development complies with the intent of the policy and generally complies with the eligibility assessment criteria, and therefore is recommended for request for 100% reduction in infrastructure charges be approved by council, provided that all the works associated with the development are contained in the material change of use approval is completed by that 2nd of April 2028. So happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Baines, Councillor Littlemore, all in favour? Carried, thank you. I think we asked all the curly questions the one before.
Thank you, Mr. Board.
Thank you, council. Pleasure.
Take 5. Going to take 5. Thank you.
welcome back. We'll now move into general business. Has anybody got any general business? Councillor McLeod.
I do this time. Thank you, Chair. We are coming to a close of Small Business Month. May has been very busy. There are still a few things that are happening throughout our region. There is only 1 week left. So if anybody's interested, if you've got a small business with 30 employees, whatever, or if you've been in business for 1 year, 10 years, whatever, there is something here for you all that you could help contribute to or get something out of. Today at Mission Beach, at the Mission Beach Resort, there is a digital marketing workshop. It's at 4 o'clock, so if anybody is available, get down there. There is also some online regional tech hub, which is today. There's a breakfast in Mission Beach tomorrow, a lunch in Tully tomorrow. There's also TikTok and Canva for small businesses on the 26th at BB's in Tully. There's so much happening, and winning tenders and quotes with council is an online thing. So anybody out there who is not already on our preferred supplier list, it's on the 28th of May. It is online, but go on register. There's more information there, and there's also, to finish it off, there's a business luncheon in Innisfail on the 30th of May. If you go to our council website, atop the crossbar, there is, just go across and it says something in May celebrating small business in Cassowary Coast, and all of the links are there. So get on, have a look, and our businesses are our heart and soul of the Cassowary Coast, and get on, have a look,
So
and
you
book a
mentioned
place.
there's 2 tomorrow, 1 at Mission Beach and 1 at Tully.
Correct.
Where are they at?
All right. The one in Tully is at, Mission Beach is the breakfast. And it is, sorry, I've just got to find that again. I think it's Joey's. Is it Joey? I just want to get it right. Joey's. And then tomorrow at the lunch is at Plantations Restaurant.
Okay. Thank
Yep.
you. All good.
Thank you.
Encourage you to go along. Councillor Chewy.
Thank you. Through the chair, just want to acknowledge that this is National Volunteers Week. Our community is blessed with volunteers, and I thank Tully Support. They put an afternoon on to thank volunteers, which was great. Also incorporating that for Queensland Day is nominate a local legend. So if anybody would like to take the time, it would be lovely to see somebody from the Cassowary Coast, or more than one, be considered as a local legend, because I'm sure we have a community full of people that go above and beyond what they need to do to help community and to assist others. So shout out to Tully Sugar for a fantastic weekend. I was only able to attend one event, but it was fantastic to see the crowd there. It was a great fundraiser for Friends of the Hospital Foundation. It's been a great weekend of celebrations for the Tully sugar industry. And thank you everybody for wearing purple. Very important message we're getting across. Some of the shops have been decorated up, and we must never lose the significance of what that colour is about. So thank you.
So further on from that, do we have a register for volunteers? I know we talked about it a long time ago, but I don't think anything has eventuated. I had somebody come to me a couple of weeks ago asking about where they could go to become a volunteer, or where they could volunteer. So maybe it's something that needs to be thought about within the community. I also would like to make a mention of the wonderful celebrations that were had around Tully for the Tully Sugar 100 years. It was well celebrated, and there was some extraordinary events that were on, and well done to them. And 100 years is nothing to sneeze at. And as I said, it's not just about the sugar mill, it's about the community and the culture that's connected to the sugar mill. It's sort of a whole flow-on effect, so great job. The auction was cancelled, which was a very good outcome. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that, but I think that having everybody come in and be removed off that intention to sell list was a great outcome for everybody. That's all I've got. Has anybody else got any general business? No? Well, all right, good. We'll move on. So we'll move into a closed session. The meeting will now be closed to the public in accordance with the Local Government Act Section 254J13E. Legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government to consider the following confidential report, item 8.1. Thank you. We will move out of the closed session. Can I please have a mover and seconder to reopen the meeting? Councillor Chewy, Councillor McLeod, and all those in favour. Thank you. So now we have Ms. Stravarsky who will present the confidential report.
Thank you, Mayor. This report is confidential in accordance with Section 254J, Part 3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, which permits the meeting to be closed to the public for business related to the following: legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government. The executive summary. This report is presented for council information regarding the status of the rates and charges and sundry debtors to 31st of March 2025, or as otherwise stated. An update regarding legal action is provided also. Further information includes current outstanding rates to 30th of April 2025 sits at 10.085% with a close comparative to 31st of March 2024 of 11.42%. The amount currently outstanding equates to 2,313 rate files, totalling 11,437,428. Council has 268 current files with debt collection agencies, totalling 1,091,307. 705 payment arrangements with a combined total of 700,993. There are 123 current sundry debtor files with debit balances totalling 891,000 and 7 active sundry debtor files with council's debt collection agencies totalling $16,334. The recommendation is that the report be received and noted.
Councillor Chewy, happy to move it. Seconded by Councillor Littlemore. All in favour? Carried. Thank you. That brings us to the close of the meeting. Thank you and have a great weekend.